Now, I would like to warmly welcome EisnerAmper, who is our sponsor and who is going to be giving the awards today at the TiE 50 Showcase. And let's just play a video from our sponsor, and then I will introduce Amar, who is going to be the chief guest. Amar Bhatkande is a partner at EisnerAmper. He's a CPA, certified CPA, and a CA from India with significant tech and life sciences expertise, along with sports and entertainment, and also is very knowledgeable about financial services such as hedge funds, PE funds, BDs, etc. The clients have for Eisner and him have included many startups as well as SEC registered entities in tech and life sciences, financial services, sports leagues, and teams, including the NBA and the NHL. He regularly tutors in the EisnerAmper University's training programs, and he is part of many of the tech and life sciences leadership groups in the Bay Area. He has written relevant articles and blogs, which are published regularly on the EisnerAmper intranet. And a little bit more background, he had previous stints at GSP Company, KPMG, PwC, and Deloitte. With this, I would like to welcome Amar to take over and talk about Eisner himself, and as well as start off with the award ceremony. And again, once again, thank you all. Thanks to all of you who joined in today, and thanks to all the winners who made it here today. Congratulations. Over to you, Amar.
Great. Kumar, that's a great introduction. I really appreciate it. I think it's way more than what I would have done myself. But again, Vipul, thanks to the chairs, thanks to everyone who has put in a lot of efforts in the background. Hello and welcome to the TiE 50 Showcase. First and foremost, congrats to all the TiE 50 award winners. You have really worked hard to get here and have a lot to be proud of. I wish you continued success in the future. Let me take a moment to introduce EisnerAmper and myself before proceeding to announce the TiE 50 winners. EisnerAmper is one of the largest business advisory firms in the United States, serving clients across the globe. We offer a wide range of specialized accounting, consulting, and tax services for early stage startups to mid-stage companies. We are headquartered in New York with offices from coast to coast here in the US. We have international offices in London, Dublin, Ireland, Cayman Islands, Singapore, Tel Aviv, and India. 2 offices back in India, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Through Allineal Global, we have a presence throughout the rest of the world. As a firm that values conversations, we are here to help and listen. EisnerAmper is a longtime sponsor of TiE Silicon Valley, and we are honored to be partnering with our friends at TiEsv this year on the TiE 50 Showcase. I'll take a moment to introduce myself. I'm Amar Bhatkande, partner in Tech and Life Sciences West Coast leader for EisnerAmper. I have personally lived an entrepreneur's journey since childhood. I grew up in a business family where my mom started her pharmacy business with nothing and grew it into a decent size wholesale as well as a retail pharmacy business. I'm a CPA as well as a chartered accountant and have lived and worked in 4 different countries and several other cities. I started my career with Lazard's back in India in the 90s, and I was part of the team that provided investment advice to the Taurus Mutual Fund during its early days. I also founded and ran a company with my partners that imported and sold jewelry while I lived in Toronto, Canada. I'm very deeply involved with TiE Silicon Valley as well as TiE Global. As a TiE Charter member and TiE 50 judge, I'm personally and passionately involved in helping entrepreneurs along their journey. Know that I'm a resource for all of you. I'm delighted to be in the presence of the TiE 50 co-chairs Vipul and Kumar, and delighted to be part of today's showcase. With that, let's continue with today's exciting session. Back to the co-chairs.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vipul.
I think next we're going to share the top 50 companies, TiE 50 award winners.
Just a second, sir. Just a second. We're not live right now. We'll put the holdings there. Yeah, you can go now.
Next, I would like to invite Amar to share the top 50 winners, TiE 50 award winners. And I think they have recorded a video for that. So maybe we can cue that, please.
Welcome to TiE 50 Awards. This is your host, Amar Bhatkhande. Here are the winners with a little blurb on each of them in their own words.
You can play it.
The first winner is Altex. Altex is a Toronto-based biomaterial startup creating biodegradable and carbon-neutral polyester-like textiles re-engineered from food waste. The next, Auditoria. Auditoria.ai is pioneering the era of autonomous finance with an AI-driven cognitive automation SaaS offering for corporate finance teams. Auditoria automates back-office business processes and accelerates cash performance in the areas of vendor management, accounts receivables, and collections, planning, treasury, and audit. The next one is Proctor. Proctor is an automated tool that ensures students don't cheat on online tests. Throughout the test, it tracks students' actions and detects suspicious behavior. The next one is Byte Size. Byte Size is a powerful sales messaging platform that makes car buying easy. Car dealerships that implement Byte Size see more than 10 times increase in productivity and 33% increase in customer satisfaction. Byte Size is in market with 6-figure ARR. Next one is Blackbox. Blackbox is a platform and community consisting of media content creators who can publish content, access global markets, and collaborate in content partnerships. Next one is Botco.ai. Botco.ai, a HIPAA-compliant, intelligent chat solution that instantly answers patient questions. Using Botco.ai, providers can automate conversations, capture 103% more appointments, and access conversational insights that improve the patient experience. Next, Captive 8. Captive 8 is the largest AI-powered branded content platform that connects companies to digital influencers to tell powerful stories. Our platform provides a data-powered end-to-end solution that drives attribution at scale. Next one is Chimera XR. Chimera XR helps first responders train anywhere, anytime through virtual reality simulation systems. We have connected in-service tools to virtual training environments to enable more access to first responder training that can save lives. Next one is Cocos Technologies. Cocos is a state-of-the-art technology-based city logistics platform transforming first mile to last mile delivery to enterprises across geographies. Cocos' asset-light B2B platform is making a huge impact to truckers' life by improving their earnings and business through technology. Next on the list is Cooked. Cooked is a food delivery solution catered to students at universities. We aggregate orders from students and deliver in bulk to residential halls, slashing delivery costs and saving students 30 to 50% compared to Uber Eats and DoorDash. Next is Copperwire Systems. Copperwire Systems is a Gartner-recognized enterprise-focused blockchain platform company with Fortune 100 companies as customers and partners. We enable global enterprises to derive, maximize, and accelerate value from blockchain without the complexities or the high cost of the technology. Next is Core Stack. Core Stack, an AI-powered multi-cloud governance solution, empowers enterprises to rapidly achieve continuous and autonomous cloud governance at scale. Core Stack enables enterprises to realize outcomes such as 40% decrease in cloud costs, 50% increase in operational efficiencies, and 100% compliance with industry standards. Next is Deep Tech. Deep Tech's mission is to make quality radiology services more affordable and accessible by leveraging the power of AI. Deep Tech is amongst the very few radiology AI companies which has successful commercial adoption servicing over 100 customers across India, Japan, and APAC region. Next, Diagnostic Robotics. Diagnostic robotics harnesses the power of cutting-edge artificial intelligence to make healthcare more effective, efficient, and readily available. Our team of doctors, data scientists, and software engineers are collaborating with a growing number of payer and provider partners to deliver actionable insights to the point of care. Digby Health. Digby Health is the first company that has successfully integrated gut microbiome, genetic, blood, and lifestyle-based risk signals to provide personalized care for chronic lifestyle illnesses and successfully demonstrated health outcomes and financial savings to payers and employers. Do Control. Do Control helps organizations prevent data breaches and balance between security risk management and business enablement on the most popular SaaS applications. Founded by former Google security members, Do Control provides security teams the automated self-service tools they need for data access monitoring, orchestration, and remediation within the SaaS applications. Earthsense. Earthsense is creating cutting-edge robotics and AI products for improving agriculture around the world. Our first product is a B2B enterprise SaaS for enabling large seed companies improve their product development process through high-volume, high-quality in-field data. Site. 11 Site is disrupting the B2B sales and marketing industry by providing the shortest path to revenue. The company's innovative browser-based video and audio solutions connect prospects with sales teams with one click from anywhere on the web. Entry. Entry is a vernacular learning app that helps its users acquire job skills. It provides different types of learning content like mock tests, flashcards, video lessons, podcasts in local languages for job aspirants that prepares them to get a government or a private job in India. Forest Devices. Forest Devices has developed Alpha Stroke, a device that assists first responders in early detection and classification of stroke. Alpha Stroke improves outcomes by decreasing time to treatment for stroke patients and increases the number of patients eligible for time-limited gold standard of care interventions. Funding Shield. Fintech B2B and B2B2C solutions that provide real estate and mortgage industry transaction level coverage against wire and title fraud, settlement risk, and cyber threats while reducing operating costs and improving asset quality. Our user-centric plug-and-play tools are scalable, paper loans, secure, cloud-based, and integrate easily through APIs, driving ROIs of over 200% annually, with $1 trillion plus protected to date. Zen Robotics. Zen Robotics is a robotics platform with a primary focus on designing and developing robotic solutions to address the various sanitation and healthcare issues such as manual scavenging, rehabilitation of paraplegic patients. Gig India. Large enterprises scale rapidly by leveraging Gig India's AI plus human cloud of high-quality remote gig workers to drive inside sales, customer success, recruitment, and other use cases. Enterprises can scale up or down gig workers on demand and only pay for results. Heal. Heal Software Inc. is the provider of game-changing innovation Heal, the first preventive healing software for IT operations that fixes problems before they happen. Contrary to APM and monitoring tools that send alerts or find the problem sources when an incident occurs, Heal can recognize signals that are leading indicators of future incidents and eliminate factors that can create problems. Hemex Health. Hemex's Gazelle diagnostic system brings affordable, accurate testing to new populations at sites where it is needed most. Initial tests include sickle cell disease, malaria, and COVID-19. iWater. iWater believes in a world without wasted water. Let's work together to reduce our consumption by 32%. XLayer. XLayer is an industry leader in the health tech ecosystem, providing innovative solutions for enabling health systems, payers, biopharma, and health-focused companies to offer health testing in a virtual environment. Linarc. Linarc is a collaborative platform for construction companies to manage their operations. Our platform provides a full suite of services from bid to build from the construction ecosystem. Mind AI. Mind AI is an artificial intelligence engine that converts natural language into novel data structures called the canonical to perform human-like reasoning. We call canonicals units of reasoning because they embody the three types of logical reasoning that humans utilize to solve problems: deduction, induction, and abduction. Moonshot. Moonshot Junior is Silicon Valley's fast-growing edtech company that aims to prepare children for future of work by embedding technical, entrepreneurial, and soft skills in them. We are disruptors in the edtech sector, focused on bridging the gap in the education system. OpsCruise. OpsCruise assures the health and performance of enterprise cloud applications using contextual AI/M, a SaaS delivery model, and an embedded open source monitoring foundation. Optimize Electrotech, a next-gen imaging surveillance company with edge analytics and artificial intelligence on indigenously developed optics and electronics, eliminating human errors from discovery of threat. 2 times winner of Make in India for Defense competition and recognized amongst the most innovative startups by the MOD of India. Patham Iq. Patham Iq's first-in-class AI-powered platform revolutionizes cancer drug development and treatment of paradigm to address major unmet needs on pharmaceutical and healthcare industries. It uses a novel approach to predict which approved therapies or a new experimental therapy will work best for a patient before the start of treatment. This helps pharma to develop new drugs and clinic to prescribe the right treatment for patient to maximize benefit. Practically. Practically is an immersive and experimental global app for learners from grades 6 to 12. The platform focuses on STEM subjects and provides cutting-edge and highly animated 3D videos, simulations, AR/VR experiences. Printform. Printform is a single source for build-to-order custom manufactured plastic and metal parts that deliver expert-level service in transitioning customers through prototype to production. Safe AI. Safe AI retrofits heavy equipment for autonomous applications in the mining and construction industries. Our autonomous technology enables equipment owners to transform existing machines into self-operating assets. Sapien Biosciences. Sapien is a differentiated B2B pioneer that turns medical waste to medical innovation. It is the first and largest multi-centric pan-India biobank that offers a curated library of ethically obtained patient samples and matched structured medical records for development of precision diagnostic and drugs worldwide. Certifier. Certifier Inc. is a big data company that focuses on creating the necessary tools to collect skill-oriented education data in one place. By doing so, company organizes feedback and analytics using AI-powered algorithms. Skyscape. Skyscape is a health tech company with a unique, secure clinical and collaboration 5-in-1 platform, Buzz, to connect all healthcare providers, enterprises, and patients seamlessly. Combined with AI-driven knowledge integration from trusted references along with EHR integration, the solution provides better patient outcomes, reduces rehospitalizations, and reduces provider burden. Acuma Health. Acuma Health enables PBMs and specialty pharmacies to effectively manage their high-risk patients, providing high-touch care, optimizing patient management and workflows, and improving outcomes. Storage OS. Storage OS is the software-defined cloud-native storage platform for running containerized production applications in the cloud, on-prem, and in hybrid/multi-cloud environments. Strom Motors. Strom's singular vision is to accelerate EV adoption by several years. Strom R3, a compact, cost-effective electric car designed for major cities and the developing world. Synthera. Synthera is a semiconductor AI company working on a new breed of edge AI chips that eliminate the trade-off between performance and energy efficiency. Our designs are handcrafted for smart sensor applications whose computational workload is highly dynamic, such as wearables, IoT, and monitoring. TrueLark. TrueLark has developed a customer experience automation platform using its patented mid-go conversational AI technology that enables brands to attract, support, and upsell clients 24/7. UPilot. UPilot brings the enterprise features of sales CRMs needed to implement role-based access, sales forecasting, and more affordable to everyone with a critical focus on privacy and data localization. vSecure App. vSecure App, a managed cybersecurity solutions company, helps clients to improve their security posture through consulting, assessments, and compliance. Our flagship product, Strobes, is a risk-centered vulnerability management platform that aggregates, deduplicates vulnerabilities from multiple sources and prioritizes them through AI/ML. Zing. Zing Biodefense Systems aims to solve biosecurity testing through rapid immunoprotein construct laboratory reagents that aim to improve detection sensitivity and speed to market. Zozode. Zozode offers business software products to solve problems around employee rewards and recognition. channel sales incentives, and consumer promotions. The software products are used by HR leaders, channel managers, and brand marketeers across 700 plus global companies to engage their employees, channel partners, and consumers. Zen Business. Zen Business, a public benefit corporation, is a one-stop digital platform with a mission to make starting, running, and growing a new business simple and accessible. Empowering the new generation of entrepreneurs, Zen Business provides innovative technology and world-class educational resources to support millions of micro businesses on their journey to success, all at an affordable and clear price. Ziluri. Ziluri is an enterprise SaaS management platform, SMP, that helps you discover, manage, and optimize your SaaS stack from a single dashboard. In short, Ziluri puts the IT teams back in control of their new SaaSified landscape.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And first of all, fabulous congratulations to all the winners. And you have seen their profiles as announced by Eisner. And awesome. Now, I would like to take a minute or a few 30 seconds of your time to thank some of the people who have been very instrumental in making this program very successful. We have to mention Kamal Anand, who has been a past TiE 50 chair and now is a TiE 50 advisor, who has helped us with the judging, with putting this thing together. His feedback and comments in how to structure this program has been very valuable. Thank you, Kamal. And also for Genevieve, who has worked tirelessly, a special mention for doing a lot of this work here, liaison with the winners and making the slides, and putting the whole thing together. Great job. Thank you. And now we will take a short break before we start the pitch presentations. And the way we're going to do the pitch presentations, Vipul, you want to explain the format?
Sure. So it's going to be a 3-2, which essentially means that there'll be a recorded video of 3 minutes of the company's pitch, after which we'll open up the session to the panelists for 2 minutes of question answers with the company CEO. And then we'll go on to the next company. And we have divided these TiE 50 winners into 3 batches, what we call mid-stage, early stage, and late stage. And they will go in that order. We will first do mid-stage. There are about 15, 16 companies in each, or 17 companies average. And then early stage, and then the late stage. And there will be about 5-7 minutes break between all of these sessions. So once again, the format is very simple. It's 3+2. And there's no live questioning from the audience, but the panelists will be able to interact with the CEO live. Thank you very much. We will see you in about a couple of minutes. In the meantime, please enjoy and play the sponsorship video or TiEcon video.
Yeah, just to add, audience, if you have questions, please do post it in your chat, and we will collect all the responses and be sending it over to all the companies who presented, so they can appropriately get back to you or reply to you. And the presenters, whoever is out there, as soon as you finish your presentation, please go back to the conference through the Frames platform and put in your details, your email, your contact information, so folks can reach out to you. Thank you. With that, let's just play the sponsor video as a break, and then we'll resume the mid-stage presentations.
And I'm delighted to have company of Amar Bhatkande, Anu Shukla, and Shankar Ram to be the panelists for this particular session. And I will now invite them each to introduce themselves briefly. Maybe let's start with Anu, women first.
Sure. Thank you, Vipul. I am, thank you for having me here. I'm Anu Shukla. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've done 5 companies in the areas of payments, MarTech, ad tech. So I'm very, very interested in what's new and exciting with the startups we'll be talking to today. I'm also an angel investor myself.
Thank you, Anand. And if I may ask Shankar to speak a little bit about now, introduce himself.
Good morning. This is Shankar Ram. I am also a serial entrepreneur like Anu. I only started 4 companies, not 5 companies. And I am on the board of TiE SoCal, and I'm the chair of TiE SoCal Angels. And I'm an investor as well as an entrepreneur.
And last but not least, Amar, please take a moment.
Thanks, Vipul. This is Amar Bhatkhande. I think you have heard me a couple of times, so I'll keep it short. I'm not a serial entrepreneur. I did start one company in the past, which I talked about, but I work with a lot of startups as part of EisnerAmper's Tech and Life Sciences team. So welcome on.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for joining us today and making time for these companies. So the format is very simple. As we talked about earlier, 3+2. We will play a 3-minute video, pre-recorded video in the interest of time from these companies. And first, we're going to start with Cocos Technologies, and then we will have 2-minute interaction.
Logistics is the key driver of a fast-growing and rapidly evolving economy. With e-commerce exploding, enterprises are moving online, and they would want to focus on their core of business objectives, like understanding new demographics, sales, and marketing, rather than managing complex logistics. They look for a solution which delivers both cost and operational efficiencies across geographies. Truckers, on the other hand, are operating in a very competitive environment, with more than 90% of them being individuals, lack access to demand, and they are looking for a solution to optimally utilize their fleet and provide an efficient payments. Cocos is the new bold initiative to bring technology, data, and workflows to transform the 60 billion city transport. We have created a full stack platform addressing the needs of both enterprises and truckers in movement of goods, covering first, mid, and last mile segments. The platform delivers a seamless and consistent experience across geographies. We are creating an ecosystem for the truckers by providing them better insurance, maintenance, managing fuel, and providing apps to manage their own fleet and grow together. Our journey so far, we have scaled our solution across 300 cities and 21 states. We have more than 120 customers, wide ranging with FMCG, manufacturing, e-commerce, retail, and we have more than 10,000 vehicles in our platforms. The platform is built on a robust technology backbone. Our AI engine provides powerful tools to plan, schedule, and assign and manage the shipments and deliveries. Our digital onboarding of truckers utilizing Aadhaar, PAN, and RTO has helped us to deploy the solution to all remote parts of the country. Cocos is proud to save more than 2,000 tons of carbon emissions by optimally routing the vehicles and assigning the shipments. We have trained and upskilled more than 10,000 people in 300 cities, and about 35% of women are either directly or indirectly supported by Cocos. We are looking for bold new future initiatives by bringing green and smart trucking and EV into our fleet. We have partnered with Indian OEMs to deploy about 1,000 vehicles this year, and we are also breaking the taboo by bringing women drivers onto the EV fleet. Shankar, right now we're in India, and we are getting into a joint venture in Southeast Asia. probably in 2 months, we should be live there with pilot.
It's mainly for the truckers or for the shippers, or you do proof of delivery?
This is yes. So this is more driving the whole platform for both enterprises and truckers. However, what we position ourselves as one of a big logistic company for enterprises, because this becomes kind of a transparent for them, which truck is actually doing their job. It's a full stack service along with the software.
Right from booking orders, taking orders, and then scheduling time, scheduling drivers, the whole works. From and also maintenance for the trucks, keeping track of maintenance, and then do you report back
statutory? Yes, exactly. In fact, we also see it's very important that the trucks are maintained well, because any breakdown is a loss for the trucker for their livelihood, as well as in a disruption for the customer. So that's what we take pretty seriously, and we make sure that none of the customers' shipments are in trouble.
So it's cloud-based, handheld device, Android and iOS?
Yes.
Compatible?
So we have, yes, we do have both smartphone apps, as well as we have IoT and GPS sensors integrated in the trucks. So we are asset-light platform. All these are actually with the truckers. We enable them and provide them applications to manage their own fleet also.
Okay, good.
So who are you selling to companies that already have fleets, and what is your pricing model?
No, like for example, you take an Amazon or a Flipkart, right? So they need like thousands of vehicles every day, right? For doing their bulk movements between their warehouses or even the end customer deliveries. So we are the orchestrator for all their logistic needs in the cities. So we take care of only the city logistics and short hauls, like going to the neighboring cities. We don't do kind of long haul.
So, and your pricing model, what's your pricing model based on?
So we invoice the customer purely on kilometers and hours they utilize the truck, and the trucker is our cost.
15 seconds.
Right. And so have you tied up with any other services? Like you talked about insurance. So are you offering those through your platform?
Yes. So we provide insurance, tires, maintenance, and others through our platform. It's in a very early stage, but it's a great ecosystem to be part of, because none of these guys have an exposure, right? Neither the insurance companies can sell to the truckers directly today in the market, but they can do now.
So it's mainly a short.
Thank you, Shankar. I think in the interest of time, we can talk to all the companies probably for an hour each. Yeah, but but looks like a very valid.
Thanks, people.
Sure. Okay. Next company is Deep Tech. Can we cue the video, please?
Hello everyone. My name is Ajit. I'm one of the co-founders of Deep Tech. At Deep Tech, we are working in the radiology AI space. Like autonomous driving, autonomous radiology has a huge global market opportunity. AI has the opportunity to transform radiology workflows, making them faster, making them better, and making them more cost-effective. This opportunity is clubbed by the fact that there is a huge shortfall of radiologists globally. In a country like India, with a population of over 1 billion, we have only 10,000 radiologists. But not only developing countries like India, even developed countries like UK, Japan, Australia, Singapore are facing a huge shortfall of radiologists. Given this, there is a substantial interest in the radiology AI space. There are several global startups trying to attack this problem. But if you ask me how many startups have been able to enable commercial adoption of AI in radiology workflow, the answer is near zero. There is hardly any commercial adoption today. Lack of feedback from the field, lack of workflow integrations, lack of comprehensive solutions is some of the key issues resulting into this poor adoption. At Deep Tech, unlike other startups, we have a different approach. Instead of developing point solutions, trying to improve the area under the curve day in, day out, we have developed a comprehensive platform which from day one enables productivity growth and quality growth for radiologists. The platform includes automated triaging, which automatically categorizes scans into normals and abnormals. It has pathology prediction and visualization, which enables radiologists to quickly confirm the AI output, and it has automated structured reporting, which creates comprehensive and structured report, which otherwise takes substantial amount of time for a radiologist to write. More importantly, there is a very objective feedback loop which goes back to the AI engine for every scan reported on the platform, and this helps the AI engine to continually improve as scans get reported on the platform. Using this approach today, we have more than 150 hospitals and imaging centers using our platform. We have more than 55,000 scans being commercially executed on the platform every month. We are doing an annual revenue run rate of $2.5 million with customers in India, Japan, and the APAC region. Some of our solutions have been tested by WHO and found to be better than field radiologists, and we have a very strong team of co-founders which come from radiology domain, technology domain, data science, and business expertise. Thank you.
The radiologists are hired by the hospitals. Hospital is your main customer?
Yes. Hospitals and medical imaging centers are main customers.
And then your report is reviewed by a radiologist?
Correct. So what we have is the expert in the loop model. For every report, like the AI processes each scan coming in, automatically creates the report, and then it is reviewed by a team of expert radiologists and confirmed, and then it goes back to the hospital.
And how long have you been in business?
Is there a use case where it's used for remote monitoring? So let's say you have an accident and you want to take a quick radiology scan of a broken bone or something, right, and send it to the AI engine who produces the report and shows it to it. So is a use case the remote radiology?
Yes, absolutely. That is one of the important use cases. In fact, our solution is being used for tuberculosis screening in remote parts of India, actually, wherein there are vans which carry X-ray equipments. They go to those locations, take scans of people to be screened for tuberculosis, and within a minute, it will determine whether the person is a suspect or not. So remote or teleradiology is one very important use case of the solution.
Okay, and that, sorry, I'm going to let somebody else ask because I have to.
No, go ahead, Anu. No worries.
So what I was wondering was, in these remote locations, it's very important that somebody can see what's going on who's not present. And so when is the human in the loop interjected? Because you can't really make a mistake. You're looking at something remotely and you're trying to make a diagnosis. Let's say it's an accident, right? And what to do. So, do you have people on call from your organization, or they have to provide a radiologist on call?
So we have 20 seconds left. Unfortunately,
we have a team of 50 odd radiologists who work for us, and we have a 24/7 operation, and we would review the scan within about 5 minutes of its upload on the system.
And the core technology is image recognition?
Yes, deep learning technology used for image recognition.
Right. Thank you, Ajit. Thank you, Deep Tech. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time. Next year, I think we're going to make it a whole day affair so that we can really deep dive. We didn't want to test the patience of audience that for whole day they're listening to the pitches.
I completely
really appreciate that.
Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Can we cue the next company, Earthsense, please? Their video.
Hello, TiEcon. It's great to join you from Urbana-Champaign, Illinois. I am Chinmay Soman, co-founder and CEO of Earthsense. We're creating robotics and AI products to help manage our planet better. At heart, Earthsense is a terraforming company. While Elon is making the rockets, we're making the most important tech that's going to go to Mars, autonomous teams of intelligent robots. But first, we need some serious terraforming right here on Earth. For example, the 200 million acres of farmland in the Midwest that lies bare 8 months of the year. This leads to enormous soil erosion, carbon loss, and fertilizer runoff. Plus, to combat the weeds and pests that start colonizing these bare lands, farmers have to spend more on fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides. There's a simple solution to this: cover crops, plants that protect and enrich the soil, as well as sequester carbon. But for the vast majority of farmers, planting cover crops is an added hassle. And because they can plant cover crops only after harvesting, it leaves too little time for them to grow before everything freezes over. To solve this major problem, we've created robots that plant cover crops during the growing season from underneath the plant canopy. Starting this June, we are scaling up our cover crop planting service on over 1,000 acres. Our service can be priced 5 times lower than planting with tractors or airplanes. And of course, it removes all the hassle. We will deliver at least $50 per acre value to farmers every year. In other words, a $10 billion boost to the farm economy. Plus, the cover crops would sequester 75 million tons of carbon every year just in the Midwest. Because of our low-cost autonomous robotic platform, we are poised to rapidly capture this opportunity. Over the last 3 years, we've matured our autonomy and AI technologies in corn, soybean, and several high-value orchard crops as well. We've created the AI for these robots to navigate in and understand the under canopy environment, as well as easy-to-use apps to deploy these teams of robots. Since 2018, we've also monetized this core technology in a beachhead market, major agricultural enterprises. Our under canopy autonomy and machine learning are improving these enterprise customers' multi-billion-dollar product development pipelines, earning us over $1 million in hardware and SaaS revenues so far. We're currently raising a $2 million seed round, with over half of that already committed. We'd love for you to be a part of the Earthsense mission and help us heal the planet. Thank you.
Hey, Chinmay, can you quickly talk about your revenue model and how do you, you said you monetized it. How do you charge your customers?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the enterprise customers, it's fairly straightforward, hardware lease and analytics as a service. So they use and run our robots by themselves, and we charge just for the proprietary machine learning algorithms that churn through that data and give them the numbers that they need. On the cover crop side, it's a fairly straightforward per acre fee for planting cover crops.
So how many robots do you need per acre?
So a team of 5, yeah, that's a great question. Team of 5 robots can cover a typical 80-acre parcel in 5 hours. So, and the great thing about it is that it opens up the window of opportunity. You can plant from like July all the way through October. So the asset utilization efficiency is just out of this world.
So where are you operating right now?
We are based in Urbana-Champaign, Illinois. We have operations all through the US Midwest.
How many robots have you deployed so far?
Last year, 47. This year, we'll probably double that number. We're well on track to double that number.
Okay.
So basically what you're saying is once that harvest has taken place, there is a period where there's nothing planted.
Yeah.
And that is not a good thing. And so what you do is you send in robots to plant something. What is that something that is planted?
There's a number of, yeah, that's a great question. So hairy vetch, for example, it's a plant that fixes nitrogen, or cereal rye that adds organic matter to the soil. There's a number of these.
20 seconds.
Clover is a common cover crop.
Okay, and that doesn't result in revenue for the person who owns the land. It's really just good for the land.
It actually can result in revenue. So farmers can also choose to plant forage crops like hay, for example, that they can harvest and sell to dairy farmers. So that can be up to a couple $100 per acre in revenue. And then on top of that, any of the other cover crops that may not be harvested, even those result in added profits because farmers have to spend less on fertilizers, herbicide, pesticides. So at least that is anywhere in the range of $50 to $100 per acre in value that they capture from savings.
Why do your robots only plant cover crops and things in fallow times? Why don't they just plant the regular ones too?
That's a great question. So we are very intentionally not competing head on with the John Deeres of the world. They're really, really good at what they do. We are planting ahead of the season. So harvest happens in October. If we plant in October, it freezes over and the cover crops doesn't have enough time to grow. There's no good mechanism of planting in July or August. So the corn is still growing, but we go in underneath the crop canopy, scatter these seeds, and they start growing. They don't compete with the main crop, but then as soon as the main crop corn is harvested, they get a big head start.
Okay. Yeah. That's why you talked about the canopy. Okay, it's come together for me. Thank you. Sorry, Vipul.
Okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. No. Next year, we are going to have much longer session, the whole day. Thanks, Chinmay. Great company. Tweet to Ilan, and hopefully he takes you to Mars. I think it's impactful. What a great start. What great 3 companies we had so far. Can we cue the next company, 11 Site, please?
I'm Alex Gürle, co-founder and CEO of 11 Site. We are a remote engagement platform that shortens the distance between businesses and their customers with one-click person-to-person audio-video interactions anywhere on the web. My co-founder Farukh and I have 2 positive exits each, 1 together. This is our 3rd venture. This time we are also investors. The problem we are focused on is the friction in lead generation and qualification. From the first click of a prospect as a response to a marketing campaign to a first meeting with that prospect takes 2 to 5 days. 20 to 35% of the leads get lost in the process. The irony is us technology companies have caused this problem by introducing too many steps in chatbots and emails between a business and their customers. Our solution is very simple, an E-line. The device independence of an email with the instant nature of a phone line. You can call me at vcall.link/alexkollu. I can call our VP of Marketing, Rafael, at vcall.link/Rafael. With the target as a URL, a video call can become the call to action of any marketing campaign. This is the experience of a potential car buyer. No appointments, no downloads.
Hi. Thank you for calling Kumar Mazda. How are you?
While our solution is simple, it combines the ad hoc call capabilities of a WhatsApp, meeting capabilities of a Zoom, and call forwarding 3-way capabilities of a telephony system. We fit into existing workflows from sales marketing automation all the way to the CRM with the proper integrations. Our first vertical was automotive, and we have shown that a video-initiated interaction with a customer is 3 times more likely to result in a sale than any other internet first lead. Plus, the customer satisfaction goes up by 20%. Sales is only the tip of the iceberg. We can apply everything to customer success, to marketplaces, to value-added resellers. Our ARR is around 300K. These are some of our logos, and each represent a growing revenue base. We are all set to grow a large profitable company. Comparables have a valuation of 40 to 60x revenues. We have 3 asks. Go sign up for the free trial, introduce us to customers and partners, and if you want to invest, contact me. Thank you.
With one question, so what's your unique USP compared to your competitors? Why should they come to your platform? I mean, you had 300K of ARR. How long have you been in the business? Alex, you're on mute.
So we went live a couple years ago, and we have been growing since. The particular problem we are focused on, there is no real competitor. A Zoom meeting which you schedule next Tuesday, by then I'll have gone to a competitor. And what we have actually been able to do is run a couple campaigns, and Rafael, our VP marketing, he ended up with like 250 signups for us. He joined about a month ago, just last week. So the landscape is changing, and we are discovering that we apply to a much broader audience than we initially thought. And we also just got into the Alchemist Accelerator, and they invested in us. And we think that with their help, an 18, 20 million pre-money valuation Series A is within reach by Q4.
As a user, do they have to download an app?
So the end customer does not need any download. You can actually, in your cell phone, go type in vcall.link/AlexKolu, you will be calling me. You will call 11 sales, my devices will ring, Rafael's devices will ring, couple other people's will ring. So absolutely nothing to the end customer. Our customers also have device independence, no downloads on Windows and Mac. On iOS and Android, we have an app because we need to ring the person.
So it is up to the customer to advertise that they're using 11 site. Because how would, let's say if I'm a car buyer, how would I know whether my dealer has those?
Exactly. It's like an 800 number. If you don't tell people that you have an 800 number, nobody is going to ring you on that. But the nice thing with the URL is you can put it in your signature. You can put it as a button. It could be your Facebook ad call to action. It could be the YouTube ad call to action. Any device, when people sort of see you, they can click on it. And then next thing you know, they're actually making eye contact with you.
What's your revenue model?
Why is there, I mean, you can give an 800 number, and the problem is people call that 800 number and then there's nobody there. So why wouldn't the same thing happen if you give them a video call number? They'll call and they're not available all the time.
Very good question. We are working with the customers. Our customers are the ones who really want to close business, increase revenues, keep their customers happy. That requires actually answering calls. Of course, if you can't answer, you can leave a message. Our revenue model is anywhere $10 to $100 per e-line, depending on your level. You can go to 11site.com and see our pricing.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, 11site.
Thanks, Vipul. Thanks, everybody.
Company? Sure. Okay. Forest devices, please. If you don't have Forest devices, go to the next company, please. Funding Shield.
Hi, I'm Adam Chaudhary. I'm president at Funding Shield. We are a mortgage fintech involved in compliance risk management, helping lenders, banks, financial institutions prevent wire fraud and title fraud from impacting their enterprise. We are a B2B as well as a B2B2C solutions provider in the fintech space, where we focus specifically on the payments as well as the title commitments being placed to secure real estate transactions and mortgage transactions amongst banks, non-bank lenders, real estate investors, and other market participants in the overall US real estate and capital markets ecosystems. We've been able to have success in providing a sustainable, profitable business that is now ready for further scale and growth. The specific problem we are attacking deals with cybersecurity attacks as well as misrepresentations amongst parties in highly regulated environments and transactions where settlement, title, and escrow parties are being entrusted to provide services, funds, and execution of mortgage closings where they're susceptible to phishing attacks, business email compromise attacks, wire swapping, as well as other sorts of first-party frauds are now prevalent in the mortgage and real estate market. Our statistics on over $1 trillion that have gone through our systems have shown that approximately 20% or 200 billion in transactions that we've reviewed alone have had some sort of deficiencies, potential fraud, misrepresentations of parties, or just incorrect data that slow down the process and have increased the cost of the mortgage market, which so many of you here today is going through tremendous automation with several firms going public involved in those flows. Beyond the kind of compliance points, a big area that CFOs of these firms and treasury teams are looking at us is in the funding control area and making sure they have lockdown processes and controls with validated just-in-time delivery of data from Funding Shield to be able to provide and execute a funding strategy to reduce costs and deliver a proper solution. We have multiple solutions that allow us to do everything from vendor management to detailed certification and enhancement, providing warranties on assets through our insurance backing that we've been able to structure and deliver to the market, as well as very simple, easy to use, instantaneous API responses that validate bank account wire information as well. Proof is in the pudding. We have detailed seriatim level data as to what their deficiencies are. We can give this detail to our clients. And beyond that, we have a wonderful executive team led by Ike Suri, our chairman and CEO, who is a founding TiE member and charter member, as well as a advisory board that spans from Black Knight's former president to participants from the Treasury Department and elsewhere. We'd love to get in front of the TiE community, as well as share our potential growth for potential investment or partnership. Please contact sales@fundingshield.com. I'm Adam Chaudhary. Thank you so much for your time.
Your revenue per customer and what's your acquisition cost?
Yeah, so average revenue per customer is anywhere between, on a monthly recurring revenue basis, 5,000 to 25,000. It really ranges depending on the enterprise size solution to client, which might be a larger financial institution, to a smaller kind of mid-cap or emerging player in the market today that's a lender or a bank. Acquisition cost is quite low, to be honest, with the proliferation of the APIs that we've developed. As well as the fact that we've integrated into some of the core operating systems that are used and leveraged out of the box by many of our clients, such as I'm sure you guys may know of Ellie Mae, a large technology provider in the Bay Area. We successfully completed that integration last year, and we're in the process of doing additional integrations with other sorts of API hubs that provide coverage to 30% plus of the market. So Encompass is like a 35% market coverage systems provider, and there's probably 3 or 4 other ones that we're in play right now in finalizing those integrations to make the acquisition costs and timeline a little bit more efficient. As you know, it can be quite cumbersome to do one-off integrations one at a time.
What's your revenue right now?
Yeah, we're tracking at about a 5 million per annum revenue. We're heading towards a 10 million this year. We're on track with that execution. The growth rate could expand quite significantly. Some of these larger players, if you think about the top 10 financial institutions that are banks, can very quickly allow us to kind of grow from there, but we're being quite conservative in our projections based upon the active pipeline we're converting with contracts at this time.
15 seconds.
So your service does exactly what in terms of preventing wire fraud?
Yeah, so what we've been able to do is kind of conduct the inverse application of what you would see in a credit card merchant processing system, where there's a lot of validation of the consumer of the credit, right? So if you're going to go out and start spending, it looks at the behavioral patterns as to what your spend profile is. Well, in the Federal Reserve wire system, the onus is placed specifically on the initiator of the payment. So all of us have sent money back home or to friends or to businesses. You have the responsibility of verifying the recipient of funds, who they are, and doing what we call a payee validation. So what we've done is taken advantage of technology to clarify and quantify who those parties are, but then also use source data to confirm directly with depository institutions who owns those bank accounts, allowing our clients to hit our APIs and confirm and validate if they intend to send money to XYZ party, that bank account is in fact owned by that party. So now they can put as part of their workflow a milestone. When the milestones hit, it's time to pay, they can basically approve by hitting our API and get an instantaneous response to approve or not to approve.
What is the number of wire fraud actually occurs in a year?
Yeah, so the wire fraud, as reported by the FBI, which is heavily underreported because there's no obligation to report these crimes. In the real estate market alone, is about 6 billion as reported last year. It's growing at about a 1,200%, I should correct myself, percent per annum rate. We have the actual data that's being leveraged by the actual ALTA, which is the Land Title Association, and the Mortgage Bankers Association. We actually become that market standard with the market reports we put out. About 1 in 3 transactions have some sort of interference from cyber criminals, and the majority of those attacks are trying to get at the data or the funds. So we're able to sell ourselves into these clients as being a partner to help them sanitize that third-party and fourth-party risk that they have to those third-party and fourth-party relationships as part of their overall ecosystem.
Awesome. That was an important number for me to understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Anu.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks. Looks like very important thing. We can all use less fraud. Thank you. Can you cue the next company, please? Forest Devices. I think they're back.
Every year, 800,000 stroke victims in the U.S. face death or permanent disability if they don't get treatment fast enough. The single largest contributor to delayed treatment is misidentification by EMTs and paramedics in the field. And this is so common because they don't have a reliable tool that they can use. And since medics are ill-equipped, patients are too often taken to hospitals that don't provide the stroke services that they need. As an EMT, I learned firsthand how hard it is to identify stroke outside of the hospital, and that problem stuck with me. While in medical school, I decided to solve it. I co-founded Forest Devices, and we have built AlphaStroke, a tool designed for medics that's simple enough and fast enough that they can use it in the field. When medics are equipped with AlphaStroke, more patients will get the treatments they need at the right hospitals, and fewer will face death or disability because of delayed treatment.
I think using AlphaStroke is going to revolutionize the way that we treat stroke and the way we triage stroke patients to get them to comprehensive stroke care sooner, to get them the care that they really need.
The Forest commercialization team has spent the past 3 years analyzing global market potential for AlphaStroke. Our focus will be on the large regional markets of North America and Europe, with a combined total addressable market size of $2.5 billion. Although the Canadian market is relatively small, it represents a unique opportunity for our product. We have partnered with Alberta Health Services for an ambulance-based clinical trial, which is now in process. Success will mean full adoption in Alberta and $5 million in annual revenue.
We've achieved tremendous traction in the last year. First, we delivered our market-ready devices to Canada, the culmination of a year-long development cycle. Had the results from our previous study published in February's Stroke Journal from the American Heart Association. Also received grant funding from 3 different countries, including the National Science Foundation here in the US. Lastly, 4 additional researchers have approached us for investigator-initiated trials. 2 of those agreements are already signed. How can you get involved? We are currently raising a $2.5 million round in A1 preferred stock. This will take us to our next inflection point, the completion of the first part of our pivotal trial. We will also continue manufacturing and achieve ISO and MDSAP certifications. Ultimately, sales are expected in the second half of 2022.
Forest Devices. Save time, save brain.
Steve, I think I'll go first. Is this is AlphaStroke patented, or have you applied for patent? And then where are you doing the manufacturing?
Yeah, so we have 4 different patents that have been issued to us, both in the U.S. and internationally. We have 4 more that are pending, provisional and working through the process. So the specific process is what is patented, but also we have as a trade secret the brain data that we use to generate the algorithm. We're the only ones that are using this kind of technology to collect acute stroke brain data. In terms of manufacturing, we've actually just released our first batch of units to Canada. The reason our CEO is not on the call is because he's flying back from training for our first clinical trial. So we have a small batch manufacturing that we're completing, and then we're going to be taking a second scale, kind of an intermediate scale for this second part of this clinical trial.
So when do you expect the FDA approval? You need FDA approval for this, right?
Yeah, so you've gone through the pre-submission process, and the trial design from the Alberta Health System meets the FDA's requirements. We expect the trial and market clearance, not just in the US, but internationally, to occur in 18 to 21 months.
So theoretically, you start selling the product at that time, about 24 months.
Yeah, and if trial successful, we'll get $5 million worth of revenue immediately from Alberta, Canada.
20 seconds. I know you're on mute.
When you have a stroke, there's a certain period of time by which you must receive treatment. And what is that time period? Is it 4 hours or is it 24 hours?
So that actually has been rapidly changing through new technology and assessment tools. The standard is typically 4 hours, so that's the historical to get a clot-busting drug. Now, to do a surgical intervention, they actually do a scan of the brain and understand how much tissue is left to save. It's kind of it's like a ratio, and then they determine whether or not you're eligible for the stroke. So the longer you wait, the worse it is, but it is kind of an individualized time frame for those surgical intervention.
Is the protocol, if you're having some signs like, whatever of a stroke, and the EMT is to you, he's going to give you that clot-busting drug anyway, right?
So you would typically give the clot-busting drug at a hospital. There's about 1,000 hospitals, a little over 1,000, about 1/5 of the hospitals in the US are set up to give the clot-busting drug. But now the standard of care for more severe strokes is a surgical intervention where they actually remove the clot for moderate to severe strokes. Only about 200, 250 hospitals in the US are able to provide that intervention. And so that's why classification of stroke is important above and beyond just identifying.
And so where does your device help with that?
So our first indication is to classify stroke. About 4 million times a year in the US, EMTs believe that they're looking at a stroke patient. So if they believe they have a stroke, this will indicate that they have a severe stroke or not. Our second indication will detect stroke outright if you're not sure about the symptoms of stroke or no stroke.
Thank you, guys. We are running actually about 7 minutes late. As I said, we can talk with each company at least for half an hour each. I think that's what it takes. But this is really more to give them exposure and also learn a little bit more, and then we can, so that other people who are really interested in the company, investors or partners, they can all connect through the chat. Okay, so thanks again, Forest Device team. Can we play Gig India, please?
Hi everyone, I am Aditya. I'm the co-founder of Gig India. We are a startup based out of India, and we are building the future of work. Our platform provides on-demand work completion at scale for driving business outcomes like inside sales, lead qualification, customer activation, and so on. Our target group are enterprises who are looking to scale a business outcome aggressively. Traditionally, whenever an enterprise has wanted to scale, they have had to hire full-time people or engage a staffing agency. Both of these cases bring in a lot of added fixed costs, management overhead, and in the end, it's always risky because you're not sure if the unit economics will work out eventually. What we do differently is that we have a large pool of equally talented, equally skilled gig workers. You give us the project, we distribute it to our gig workers. We use our tech platform to manage the entire delivery of work, right from assignment of work, quality check, reporting, and payment as well. Some of our marquee customers include the likes of Amazon, ShareIt, Uber, Tata Group, Infosys, and so on. Our top use cases run across outcomes like lead qualification, inside sales, customer activation, retention, on-demand recruitment, and so on. Now, traditionally, the alternative has always been outsourcing this to a BPO or a staffing agency. Our differentiator and the reason our customers choose us is, unlike BPOs, there is no minimum seat or contract value requirement. The entire cost structure with us is 100% variable. We can scale up or scale down on demand very, very fast. And there is a clear alignment in objectives, since because we only get paid for results, there is a clear alignment over here. Now we've built an entire tech platform to drive the entire journey in an automated manner. We've automated right from the recruitment of a gig worker, curation, training of the gig worker, assignment of work, management of work, quality check through automation, reporting and payments, the entire stack. This gives us significant advantages in cost efficiency, scalability, speed, and accuracy of work. We are now serving customers across the world. So if you want to reach out or if you want to understand how Gig India can help you scale faster, please reach out to us through these email IDs. You can also go through our website to understand more about us. Thank you so much.
It's a price. You set the price or the consultant sets the price?
So we set the price depending on the kind of work, how much time it takes, what is the skill required. We set a price, and around 50 to 60% of that is paid out to the gig worker, and the remaining is taken as the commission by the platform.
So you don't do tech work like programming. You do only sales, marketing,
We
those
do
kind of work?
mid-skill work, something which doesn't require a very specific education degree or qualification. A basic graduate is able to do these kind of works.
And what's your average margin?
Our average gross margins are anywhere between 45 to 50%.
Are your customers Indian companies or worldwide companies?
So we have started with Indian companies, but we've seen enough demand from global as well. That is why in this year and the next quarter, we are also targeting global customers.
And why is this different than Upwork, for example?
So with Upwork, the end-to-end management is not there. It essentially connects the companies with a gig worker. With us, we take up the entire ownership of delivery of the work. It's the entire managed full stack platform.
So if I understand it correctly, if the gig worker fails, it's your responsibility and you will be held responsible to deliver or replace, or does that how it works?
Correct. So we take up ownership for a particular outcome, be it 100 sales, 1000 sales, or a certain number of conversions, be it done through 10 gig workers or 1000 gig workers. That is of no consequence to the customer in the end. They only want the end results to be delivered.
I mean, right now companies are paying, for example, I keep getting approached. I know in sales and marketing, this is quite common. People will come to you and say, I'll set up 50 meetings for you, pay me $50 per meeting for you with your target audience, right? Is that the kind of work you're talking about?
That could be one use case, yes.
Thank you.
What kind of revenue do you have right now?
Our current revenue run rate is 1.5 million US dollars. Yeah, yes.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks, Aditya. Looks like a gig worker BPO, and I think that's the future in terms of, hope you pay good benefits as well, and that's not an issue. Okay, can we line up the next company, please? Heal Software.
I can't hear anything, so just.
Yeah, neither can I. So yeah.
Just a second, we're fixing that. Okay, George, the video that we've received from you is
time zone. I'm the CEO of Heal Software. Our product is called Heal, which is the kind of the first AI software that is targeted at IT ops, that provides early warning signals, prediction, and ultimately healing before serious problems can occur in IT operations. I want to also introduce Girish, who's our Chief Sales and Marketing Officer. And basically, we are a kind of decade-old company, but primarily started and based in Bangalore, previously called Apnomic. And we started off as an AI, based product company for IT enterprise operations, focused on application performance monitoring, mostly on the monitoring side, workload characterization, and application behavior learning. We had a lot of innovative technologies, IPs in that area, and today almost all the top banks in India are our customers, and they have been our customers for multiple years, and even today. The top 5 banks specifically are our customers in India. But for the past decade, we have been primarily focused on the BFSI sector in India. With the next generation AI ops product, which takes us to the next level with more of prevention, prediction and prevention rather than monitoring and fixing, right? Something happens. We took a major step towards going global to scale and grow, and we moved our headquarters to the US, and our new product, next generation product called Heal, got launched in Q1 in January of this year. And the whole focus, in a way, from a global perspective, we are a startup, even though from an India perspective, we are a decade-old company. So kind of, even though we started off with BFSI.
1 minute, guys, 1 minute.
Our product is applicable to all vertical segments, whether it's big enterprises, hospitality, travel, healthcare, e-commerce, retail, you name it. And we are starting to grow our customer base outside of India pretty rapidly. We are very proud and happy about the acceptance of the product just within the last 3 to 4 months, with some big names who are piloting our product right now. So practically, speaking, we are kind of definitely the leaders here, right? We are trying to drive the paradigm shift from being reactive to preventive. Most of the tools that we have today are they monitor and report, and maybe you can do some root cause analysis. Our product in this case can, with our advanced AI ML engine, can look at the past behavior, learn from it, and detect early warning signals, and basically either take corrective actions autonomously or ensure IT can take some preventive actions before it's too late. That's, in a nutshell, defines the Heal software as a product and Heal software as a company.
All right, great. You have been in the business for a decade, you said. Can you just give us some numbers? I don't think you talked about it. The revenues.
So, yeah. So primarily, we have been, kind of until 2020, we have been based in Bangalore. All of our customers have been in India, and all of our customers have been in the Indian banks. And basically, our run rate today is at about, mostly it's about licensing revenues, right? We get license revenues based on either the number of applications we look at or the number of nodes we look at. We are running at about run rate of about right now 10 million per year.
Dollars?
Yes.
So the US, the customer, is it more on a prototype, your evaluation mode, or you already have revenues in the US for the new product, the Heal product?
Not yet, because we just started, Shankar, in US. As I told you, we moved our headquarters from an Indian entity to be an US entity in Santa Clara, here in California. And so we have been in that mode only for the last 4 or 5 months, legally speaking. So many of our customers, as you know, the enterprise sales cycle is not that fast.
But do you have any
we expect to close. Yes, we have some big name customers piloting it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
20 seconds.
Right. We have a carrier customer, a big enterprise customer, and a few others, smaller ones. So the pilot pipeline is picking up, and we expect to close wins this quarter and next quarter.
How do you plan on charging them here? On a node basis again, or is it going to be licensed?
Yes, it's a node basis or application basis or both. It depends on how the client wants to structure it.
Okay. No, but
Thank
you
you
should
guys.
have.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, we'll come back here.
Yeah. Thanks, Hill Software. I guess this proves the point that picture is worth 1,000 words. And with this, I will hand it over to my co-chair, Kumar, who's going to take us through the second half of the mid-stage company. Over to you, Kumar.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
And I can't wait to dig in and let you guys see the next set of 8 companies, all exciting ones. So on deck is Moonshot Junior, and we have both Ashutosh and Alok on the call as well. And let's just play the video, please.
Innovation and entrepreneurship are not taught in K-12 education. These will be critical set of skills to survive in the future. Automation is taking over the human workforce at a rapid pace. The future of work is changing, and the current education system is not keeping up with the transformation. So how are we fixing it? We at Moonshot Junior offer a holistic education through our 4-stage innovator program with an outcome-focused learning and product development experience. It encompasses 360-degree entrepreneurial training by helping kids explore their area of interest and imbibe critical and life skills through hands-on experiential learning. At the end of the first stage or exploration, we help students identify what motivates them and also give them a broader perspective of the future of work. The second stage or preparation equips the student with the knowledge to build a product and the ability to approach problems from an entrepreneurial and innovation perspective. In the third stage of productization, students get to create and prototype their products. The last stage or e-commerce involves learning about various marketplaces like Amazon, eBay, and crowdfunding platforms like Kickstarter, and the critical steps needed to launch and market a product successfully. We are in our nascent first year, and we're already adding over 100 students every month. Our student and our innovation lab has created over 10 products and learning kits. We made over $200,000 in revenue in the very first year and growing 50% month over month. We have seasoned investors and advisors who have built over $100 million edtech and e-commerce companies. The post-pandemic world has seen unprecedented growth in the e-learning industry. We welcome you to be part of the edtech revolution. We are Moonshot Junior. Let's make learning worthwhile for the future generations. Thank you.
So where are you based on?
We are right here in the, can you guys hear me? Yeah, we are right here in the Silicon Valley. So very standard setup. It's a Delaware C Corp with the franchisee office in Silicon Valley.
And you're focusing on a certain age group. That's what I think I read in your background when I had it. Is it
so I mean, right
16?
now, yeah, right now the current focus is 10 to 17, but I think what we are serving, there seems a much bigger market. So once we mature this, we will go for an older population as well.
And what kind of products you have? I mean, you have 6 or 7 of them right now, right?
So I think maybe I have a slide to share, and so this will give you a better idea. So basically, think about what we are doing here. We are teaching our kids how to build a business, and every child able to create a prototype, and every child able to take it to the market. So these are not real businesses; these are templates, business templates. So for example, T-shirt, it might be easy to explain. We already built this recipe. So we have the printer, we know where to source and all that. First time it might have taken us $10,000 and 6 months of effort, but now it's done. So when a new student comes, I can get a T-shirt done and can teach all the process end to end in few $100, and his or her 5 T-shirt will be done ready on the eBay or Amazon. So then he or she can sell. So we are giving this all experience end to end for all of our students. There are recipes in consumer products, game, app, robotics, and many other areas.
And your revenue is purely based on, I don't know, time, month, or whatever? Or are you also saying, okay, if you succeed, then X royalties.
No. So I think these two businesses are not connected. 95% of the kids will come here, they will build their product, and that's all EdTech, their education. There will be 5% kids or maybe less who really want to go to the finish line and become a real entrepreneur. That's not where we will make money. This is where we will make money. And it's all subscription. These are annual program, and we charge about $1,200 per student for the entire year to get there. And they pay 3 months at a time, but I think we are seeing very good numbers here.
Okay.
Yeah, but just want to make sure it's not a hardware company, it's a EdTech company.
SaaS,
80% of our revenue is all SaaS education. Maybe 10-15% goes in some of these hardware, but that's very small part.
Okay.
How many students are on this?
So we have about a couple of hundred students, but now we are doubling every month for last 4 months since we start. And we are not a mid-stage company. Sorry, somebody put us in a wrong bucket. We are a very early stage. It's our very first year, and we opened the platform for the students this year only. And every month since we have been doubling, and we should able to double it for another quarter or so, and then it might go to 50-60% month over month.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Moonshot Junior, and obviously everyone out there. You have your kids who want to be budding entrepreneurs. Please go check out Moonshot Junior. Next up, we have Ops Cruise.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Ops Cruise talking about observability and actionable observability in for Kubernetes applications. We have Scott Fulton, CEO, and Sridhar Venkatraman on the call as well. Please play the video for Ops Cruise, please. We're waiting.
Hi, I'm Scott Fulton, co-founder and CEO of Ops Cruise. I want you to imagine the human nervous system and how it keeps the body healthy. A complex system of 86 billion neurons interacting with each other, creating an operational network of messages and actions. And like the nervous system, every company depends on tools to monitor their apps and infrastructure. And like with humans, if there's a disconnect like a pinched or severed nerve, business can be disabled or even paralyzed. And with cloud-native applications, there's an order of magnitude more releases, dependencies, and data points to measure, and the prior generation of tools just aren't up to the task. OpsCrew starts with embedding system-native instrumentation, thus avoiding the need for intrusive proprietary agents, and then by building a real-time dependency model and using machine learning, OpsCrew is profiling the behavior of enterprise apps. This fundamentally different approach predicts oncoming slowdowns before customers are impacted, and most importantly, identifies their cause and enables corrective resolution. OpsCrew became available in May, and in just 4 short months, we have built more than $5 million in pipeline, secured POs from 2 Fortune 500 customers, and cultivated several go-to-market partnerships. The patent-pending tech is backed by a pioneering go-to-market model. We land with a self-service freemium offering that targets departmental app groups, and then we expand by targeting enterprise-wide ops teams with a direct field organization. We expect initial deals to average $30K in ARR, and once landed to reach $300K. Alok, Sridhar, Tim, and I are seasoned road warriors with street creds in this category and significant startup experience. And we're backed by investors who are successful entrepreneurs in their own right and work at some of the Valley's most admired companies. With a partner-led sales model and a SaaS delivery engine, we've got a capital-efficient plan that allows us to reach income positive in 4 years with less than $10 million of total capital investment. The team and I would be thrilled to have you join this journey with us, and we thank you for your time.
I have more of an observation. When you played this video, I would take the music out, you know. It's just sort of
it doesn't come. Yeah, it doesn't come out over Zoom. Makes sense.
Yeah, more than anything else, because I didn't know where to focus on.
Got it.
Good point.
Scott, what's the current ARR?
Current AR is about 290K.
And by the end of the year,
$1 million.
Project.
We just hired our first rep and SE in December.
Not a promotion. I'm an investor in your company.
Oh, you are?
Already.
Okay.
Not a promotion.
Congratulations. Yeah, that video is about 5 or 6 months old. Yeah, we now have 6 customers on the platform.
And you said a $5 million pipeline?
Yes. Yes. We're engaged with about 50 to 75 enterprise customers, mainly in the tech, fintech, kind of biotech verticals, companies that are moving to modern application architectures more quickly. All in the US. We haven't branched out of the US.
There's no question. I'm going to send you some reminder on a company called Cloudplex. I'll send it to you.
Okay, great.
Yes.
You're able to identify issues of optimization in somebody's cloud stack. Are you able to immediately, solve it, or
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Yeah, there are basically 3 steps. We predict oncoming slowdowns. Then we identify what's the source of that slowdown. What's the cause? Is it the database? Is it the app? Is it the infrastructure? And then the third part is what you're alluding to, which is remediation. We don't actually execute the remediation, but we recommend what step the customer should take. Most enterprises don't want something actually executing the remediation, but we tee it up for them.
So basically, you're taking the signals that are already coming out of the cloud infrastructure and putting it into a dashboard where people can understand how to interpret signals that are coming from the various
exactly
Kubernetes,
yeah, exactly.
Google stack, basically.
Yeah, there's all kinds of telemetry and instrumentation that's coming from the app, the infrastructure, et cetera. And if you just have 100 dashboards, that's hard to make sense of it. And so we make sense of all that data and give you a highly qualified alert. Here's the problem. Here's what you should do about it. And
so
using machine learning is the IP and the backbone for that.
So I have a very similar client of mine who focuses on the banking industry. Do you guys have a specific focus? Or it's agnostic.
No, it's a horizontal play. It's really designed for customers that have their own applications, their own custom apps that drive their business, and those are more modern apps that are microservices based and running on Kubernetes and containerized infrastructure. So we focus on the verticals that tend to be moving there quickest.
So thanks, Scott and team, and Sridhar here. Time's up. We'd love to talk more. I'm sure, next year we'll try to do better so we can have more time to spend with the startups. But next up, we have Optimized Electrotech, and I think from Gujarat, India, if I'm not mistaken. And we have Sandeep, CEO, on the call as well. Please play the video.
Hello everyone, I am Sandeep Shah, co-founder and managing director of Optimized Electrotech, an imaging systems and surveillance platform company based out of India. We're looking to become global leaders in imaging surveillance applications by providing accurate and real-time insights using our autonomous platforms. Surveillance happens to be a global and perennial need. Every country and every person wishes to know that they are in safe environment. In order to do that, human beings are often used for discovery of threat, which is what we are trying to eliminate. India as a country has been far too dependent on imports for its own homeland security, which is where India is now incentivizing technology development as well as manufacturing in India. This opens up a $201.7 billion opportunity, of which $7 billion is our immediate SAM. We have crossed most of the entry barriers and therefore are now poised to take a lion's share of this market. As a team, we are from IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, ISI Kolkata, and IIM Calcutta, with 100+ man years of experience with 32 patents and with experience with global companies in imaging and electronics. We have been twice winners of the Make in India for Defense competition, the IDEX competition, once for Indian Air Force and once for Indian Army. Our products have been approved by the Bureau of Police R&D as well as by Rights of Indian Railways. And we also have been nominated amongst the most innovative startups in India by the MOD. Our two platforms, the I series and the Vision series, both acquire image in different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, and these segments are then fused together for discovery of threats. This is where some of our products have already been used. They all come with edge analytics on board, and the distance for which we can detect is pretty high, it's 30 kilometers for NATO targets. Our business model is to go differently for different types of customers. We have the necessary defense manufacturing license for India, for which we will be going through the OEMs to the final defense equipment. And we also intend to go globally for the I series through the access control OEMs as well as system integrators for smart cities. Our products have very high indigenous content, which make us an eligible partner for most of the foreign companies who wish to work with India. We have plenty of competitors from China as well as from elsewhere. We provide very high DRI range of 30 kilometers for NATO targets, a high indigenous content of up to 70% with a very wide electromagnetic spectrum coverage. And our products with edge analytics are far better priced than many of the competitors. We have already supplied to Indian Railways, Army, and various companies. With $10 million of funnel and being evaluated by 7 global marquee names, we already have a very good sales potential ahead of us. We started revenue recently and are now looking at a very steep progress path with good profitability and therefore making ourselves cash flow positive very soon. Make sure that everything around you is really all clear. Thank you. So we did about 16 lakh in revenue last month. That's the monthly run rate on the I series.
So,
and we have about
Sandeep, we can't hear you. Can you speak up, please, or just your audio?
All right. Is this any better? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
it's better.
Okay. Yeah,
It's okay.
go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. We just started the revenue a couple of months back. So right now we have about 16 lakh. That's about $25,000 or $22,000. And we have a $3 million purchase order pipeline already with us. Order book with us.
Is this both hardware and the software?
What we
Because you manufacture the hardware?
It's all hardware. The software is embedded inside the hardware. It's a firmware which is written into an FPGA and as well as an ARM processor, and they are then fit into the hardware.
Okay.
So what we supply is the hardware. Yeah.
So Indian manufacturer.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So from have you raised any rounds yet or no?
Yes, we did. We raised our first round with
a seed?
We raised a seed round of $1 million last year when we started, and we recently have are going through actually one round of $1.8 million. We already have 1.8 commitment, and we'll be closing it with another 200K to close it a $2 million round. That would be a pre-series.
Right. And can you just explain to me, for you talked about railways, what would you do exactly for railways? That would give me a little bit more perspective.
Sure. Railways has got two applications for imaging surveillance. One is for railway stations where they need to do people monitoring in order to know whether there is a threat from all the people who are coming in as passengers or as their employees or staff. As well as second is the locomotives. There are 7,600 locomotives in India, and they are making 600 more every year. They wish to have clarity of the railway tracks at all times without a human intervention. Whether it is fog or no fog, they should know that the tracks are clear. That's basically what we provide them with as a service.
Great. And
thank you, Sandeep.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, I can keep on going asking questions because I have a very similar client.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's awesome. We'd love to keep those railway tracks clear. It's a great innovation there. Thank you. And next up, we have Skyscape. And let's see who's from Skyscape here.
Yes, hi. So it's me, Karthik Shah from Skyscape right here.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Karthik Shah, the co-founder and CEO of Skyscape. We are a health tech company driving digital health transformation. And we built a hyper-secure communication collaboration platform and combined that with AI-based trusted medical knowledge for clinical answers at the point of care. The team consists of myself, Sandeep Shah, the founder and CEO, and Ted, the Chief Customer Officer. The problem we are trying to solve is the frequent interrupts and provider burnout at the individual level, and also the inefficiencies at the enterprise level in healthcare. So Buzz is a unique 5-in-1 platform, as we call it. It includes a WhatsApp-like messaging, Zoom-like telehealth, Slack-like collaboration, DocuSign-like functionality to open and sign documents either on your mobile app or on your desktop, and also clinical knowledge for quick answers when you're chatting with a colleague or patients, and everything is combined in one platform which you can use on your mobile or the web browser. So Buzz is unique in the fact that it is both a B2C model and a B2B model. Any user can download the app very quickly and onboard in less than 5 minutes, and so enterprise can deploy it as well for the entire staff. And it is by far the most comprehensive platform today out in the market in terms of the features and what it offers. Large and growing market, over $2 billion, with institutions markets such as the home healthcare, small, medium-sized clinics, hospitals, and also the pharmaceutical and the life sciences market for clinical trials, wherever they need to exchange secure information, they can do that. And finally, the sponsorship services. So business model is a freemium where the base app is free, and then you can subscribe to the paid features, and they are again, annual recurring revenue based on the subscription model. And then finally, we'll be going after the sponsorship model as well. So today we have over 8 paying clients, mostly in the home health segment. One of the home health clients has over 200 users, and they've exchanged over 3 million messages. That talks to the stickiness of the product. We expect to generate over 400,000 of revenue from the Buzz platform. We already have 1.4 million last year from the medical knowledge platform, which we hope to again renew this year as well. Most of the technology is built, so most of the funds will be used for sales and marketing. So this is a quick case study. The So What, one of the home health institutions has shown that they've been able to reduce their rehospitalization rate in half by using Buzz. So again, last year we did 1.4 million. This year we hope to do 2 million with some funding. So please join us in our fundraise. We are hoping to raise Series A of 3 million. We've raised about 1.6 thus far over the past couple of years. So thank you again for your time. Really appreciate it.
Systems?
Yes, so we are integrated with the EHR system. So based on customer requests, so we have one live integration with Athena right now, and we can easily, so we've proven that, and so we can integrate based on whatever the customer wants. We can integrate with any EHR system, billing companies. So the APIs are pretty strong underneath.
And you said your revenue is 1.5 or 1.4 last year. You said $1 million for the knowledge system. What is that?
Yeah, so the knowledge platform was our previous platform that we had, so the history is we had an exit a few years ago. We repurchased some of the assets back again, and then we built this new platform. We had the vision of building this new platform, Buzz and clinical communication and collaboration, and now we've integrated the two platforms. So the knowledge platform is selling medical content based on licenses we have. So it's very trusted knowledge, right? So the whole vision was always to integrate the two. So now when there is, chat-like or WhatsApp-like messages going between a doctor and a nurse, they can quickly look up that repository of knowledge. Previously, we used to sell the knowledge platform separately, but now we have integrated the two. So
something like WebMD.
Yes, yeah. In fact, the first time around, WebMD did try to acquire us, but then we got acquired by somebody else. So.
20 seconds.
And so in 2021, you expect to do $1 million in the new versus and just retain that $1 million from your knowledge platform?
We expect to do about 400,000, hopefully with some funding. We're right now at a run rate of close to 75,000 already in the new business with the paying clients that we have, the 8 enterprise clients for this Buzz platform, and 1.4, which we did last year. We hope to, based on COVID and all a little bit, but we still hope to do about 1.5 from the previous platform, and then about 400 to 500 in this new platform.
Thank you, Karthik, and thanks for presenting. Now, next up, we have Smart Monitor Corp, and Anu Nathan, CEO, is on the call as well to tell us all about healthcare monitoring. Smart Monitor, please.
Acuma Health enables specialty pharmacies to better manage their high-risk patients suffering from complex chronic conditions by providing high-touch care and improving outcomes. I'm Anu Nathan, CEO. Complex chronic diseases such as multiple sclerosis, HIV, and many more involve expensive and complex treatment regimens. The drugs on average cost a few $100,000 per patient per year, need special handling, dispensing, and administration, and they account only for 2% of the total number of prescriptions written, but a whopping 45% of the total prescription drug spend. It is a $220 billion problem in the US. These high-risk patients are managed by what are called specialty pharmacies. Now, specialty pharmacies are high-grossing units of large pharmacy chains or independent pharmacies and health systems. Today, specialty is being tasked with managing an ever-increasing patient load using legacy systems that were originally built for brick-and-mortar pharmacies, the traditional retail pharmacies that we know of. And this obviously creates significant gaps in care and efficiency and knowledge. To address these gaps in care and efficiency and knowledge, we have built out our Acuma Health platform that engages patients across complex disease states, brings about operational efficiencies, continuously learns and improves from end-to-end visibility. Multimodal data inputs feed and drive the analytics engine to provide the outcomes that help drive clinical value, such as timely alerts and interventions, patient assessments, and data-driven fine-tuning of treatments. Ours is a SaaS revenue model addressing a $15 billion market opportunity, growing at over 6% annually. We are pleased to have successful partnerships with some of the leading organizations in the industry to demonstrate early value to our clients. CVS is a paying customer. We are live and in production with them for 2 disease states and in dialogue for expansion to 2 more. We are the only end-to-end solution that enables specialty to deliver results to their stakeholders. We have a seasoned, accomplished management team with multiple successful exits. We raised a seed round and accomplished all the milestones we committed to, and today we are raising a Series A. Thank you very much. Hello, could you repeat that?
What is the current run rate? What's the revenue?
Today, we closed last year at a little over $600,000.
Oh, okay. And you said CVS will be 2 lines, right? CVS is just doing 2 disease lines?
Yes, they are doing 2. We are live and in production for 2 disease states. We have a master services agreement that lets us add on multiple and expand to multiple disease states as well. And we are in dialogue with 2 more. Sorry?
What are the disease states?
Okay, I can divulge one of them. Multiple sclerosis is one of them. And the other one, it is a significant competitive advantage to CVS. So they would rather have us not talk about it. And it is a very high grossing disease state as well for them. It is a blood clotting disorder.
And what do you do in that disease state, your platform? How does it help?
So basically, what companies like, going back to what is the problem we are addressing, right? All these specialty pharmacy units are tasked with improving patient outcomes and managing these patients whose therapies cost north of $250,000 per year per patient. And today, It is the traditional methods of phone calls, texting every so often, not even texting, it's still phone call based. How are you doing? Things like that. And, so this is not solving the problem because there are more and more diseases coming under the specialty umbrella, increasing number of patients, and then specialty is on the hook right now for providing those compliance reports and showing improved outcomes. Today, they don't have a way of doing it. And essentially what we are doing is letting them engage with their patients in a much more streamlined and meaningful manner, capturing all that data, and then allowing them to provide those compliance reports. Again, specialty pharma has multiple stakeholders. The FDA is one, the pharmaceutical drug manufacturers are the others, and then the payers and the insurance companies are the third stakeholders. A lot of compliance burden and reporting requirements today. A lot of it is hashed, put together manually from here and there from siloed systems. That is the problem we are solving for them.
Okay, thank you.
Is the acquisition and maintenance of all that data an issue for you? I mean, that can be a big, risk, right? So,
in terms of data security, you mean?
Data security as well as it's a medical
HIPAA
record.
compliance.
Yeah, HIPAA compliance. Yeah.
So basically, we are a HIPAA compliant solution. And then for data security, as you can imagine, somebody like CVS simply doesn't sign on with a smaller company. They audit us every year for security, and we pass the audit. And data security is front and center. Without that security posture, large companies will not even talk to us.
Does a patient communicate via an app or?
Yes. Yes, thank you. That's I didn't have a chance to go through that in my presentation. So what the patient has is an app. Android, iPhone, doesn't matter. And so essentially, some of the information is gleaned in a passive manner, the usual suspects, the activities and all of that. And if those phones are connected to some smart devices like blood pressure cuffs and weight scales, we suck the data in from that. And then there is active patient engagement, again, dictated by the client every so often. Do you have symptoms to report? Did you have any bleeds? Did you take any treatment? Did you have an unplanned medical visit to an ER or hospital? So very simple, interactive type of engagement. And at the end of the day, I know patient engagement is a challenge in the entire healthcare industry. At the end of the day, what really drives this patient engagement is when they engage with the app, the patients are seeing that their care team and the folks who are responsible for their journey through the disease state, they are so heavily involved in that, and they really feel very gratified that they are getting the high-touch care that was originally promised for them. And that is what we enable for these folks as well.
Thank you, Anu. That's time's up now. I would love to hear more later. Please, everyone who's interested, please contact Anu directly with more questions and comments. Next up, we have TrueLark, and we have CEO Srivatsan Lakshman on the call. Welcome, TrueLark, and tell us all about your autonomous system. Video, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Srivatsan Lakshman, co-founder and CEO of TrueLark. I'd like to begin by thanking TiE for this wonderful opportunity. We're very excited to be part of the TiE 50 program this year. TrueLark is an AI-led customer experience platform. Our patented mid-go conversational AI technology enables brands to attract, support, and upsell clients 24/7, effortlessly, and across multiple channels. We focus on appointment-driven businesses, such as dental offices, salons, and spas. These businesses frequently have a customer communication problem. They miss calls both during and after business hours. They are slow to follow up on leads and struggle with high front desk staff attrition. All these inevitably lead to an erosion in brand value, profitability, and growth. With TrueLark, these businesses will never miss a customer call again, or even a text message or a chat message from a customer, or a lead submission on their website or social media platform. TrueLark always responds instantly via text to recommend and book the right services and provide delightfully smooth 24/7 support. Businesses now see an immediate increase in revenue as TrueLark converts phone calls and website visitors into booked appointments. It also engages new leads instantly and schedules their first visits automatically. Businesses also improve their customer retention now effortlessly, as TrueLark offers accurate, timely information about services, add-ons, and pricing. And it also upsells, reappoints customers through automated campaigns. Lastly, TrueLark helps businesses reduce costs by maximizing automation. You can dramatically reduce call center costs by sending all inquiries directly to TrueLark, or you can use TrueLark as a backup to your front desk during and after business hours. We started commercializing our solution in 2018, and today we have more than 350 customers across 20 different states in the country. Our current revenue run rate is at $750,000 in ARR, and we have a clear path to crossing 2 million ARR this year. The expand potential in just our landed logos alone is north of 20 million ARR. We have multiple national beauty and wellness chains that are already fully penetrated, like TrueRest, Restore, and Lunchbox Wax. We have also landed some large multi-location accounts like ChrisAd, which has 1,000+ dental practices, and European Wax Center, which has 800+ studios. Through the course of this year, we will expand into these even as we continue to add other major logos to our pipeline. And that is our quick introduction to TrueLark. Thanks once again for the opportunity to share our story with you today.
Purely appointment based, or can you also have live, communication chats through the app?
Yeah, I mean, booking appointments is one of the use cases that the platform supports. The platform essentially is a 360-degree customer experience platform, AI-led platform. So you can respond to questions, you can coordinate with staff, and run automated campaigns which are followed up.
So how many concurrent calls or messages can it do?
Oh, well, currently, we're running at about between 2,000, 2,500 calls a day. We've handled more than close to 2 million calls through the platform so far. And, we run about 2,500 calls a day at this point, and it's growing rapidly.
So what is the pricing model? How do you get paid? By the calls you handle, or?
We just have a standard SaaS pricing, which is a subscription model. And we price it at a few $100s per month per location. It could be, depending on this vertical, it could be between $300 and $500 a month.
And do you provide humans for a handover just in case you can't answer that particular question or whatever? Do you have a call center or agents as well? Human augmentation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we do have agents on our side. The way we do it is really think of them as AI trainers that help the AI unblock. And if we, for example, we don't train our staff on the specifics of any business. So the focus of our staff, they're available 24/7, but their focus is really to unblock the AI when it gets stuck. And then if the AI is stuck for want of information specific to a business or a brand related question, then it gets seamlessly handed off to the business through a notification on the app.
Okay, thanks, Srivatsan, and thanks for presenting. Time's
wonderful.
up.
Thank you.
Wish we could talk more, but please do reach out to him if you have more questions.
Sure,
and
thank you.
Next
Bye-bye.
up, we have vSecure app, and Venu, CEO, is on the call as well. Please play the video, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Venu Rao, co-founder and CEO of vSecure app. In the last couple of years, we had an opportunity to work with over 100 global customers providing application and cloud security. This experience helped us to learn the vulnerability management problems faced by our customers. Talking about the problems, whether it is WannaCry or the recent Maze ransomware, All these attacks have happened because of inefficient vulnerability management. Well, companies deploy multiple vulnerability scanners that run day in and day out to produce hundreds of reports and thousands of vulnerabilities. And Gartner says only 3% of vulnerabilities needs immediate attention, but impossible to find it manually. And another challenge is C-level executives doesn't have sufficient data to measure the real risk of their enterprise. And the size to address these problems is close to $12 billion by 2025. Let me introduce our product Strobes, which is a risk-centered vulnerability management platform. Strobes integrates with top commercial scanners like Qualys Tenable and also has inbuilt open source vulnerability scanners for application, network, and cloud security. Strobes aggregates vulnerabilities from all these different sources, automatically remove the duplicates, and prioritize the vulnerabilities based on the AI and ML engine that we have, and also multiple threat intel sources. For C-level executives, we provide amazing insights on Security Health Index and Cybersecurity Scorecard. Well, one can create their own security workflows. For example, which scanner needs to be triggered for what asset at what time period on event can be defined. You want more? Strobes can integrate with other ticketing platforms like Jira, ServiceNow, and also other products like antivirus, firewall, and SIEM. This means managing your entire security with one single dashboard Strobes. Our product has been recognized globally, and we have won some cool awards that includes RSA's Launchpad and also Microsoft for Startups. We are also a part of some great accelerators in Asia Pacific. Coming to numbers, we did a business of $1 million in 2020, and we are planning to double it up this year. The first quarter has been amazing as we have stitched partnerships with Accenture and NTT. We have raised a couple of $100,000 last year, and now we are looking to raise $1 million. Thank you so much. I'm Venu from vSecureApp.
This company, right?
Yeah, so basically, we are in India as well as a Texas-based company. So our co-founder is in Texas.
So your customers are in the US or in India? Where's the revenue from mainly right now?
Right now, about 70% comes from the Asia Pacific market, and close to 28% comes from the US market.
Okay. And for 2021, the same projection, or you're going to expand in the US?
Yeah, 2021 is like, we are very much positive about the US market. So that's the reason why the partnership with Accenture and NTT would obviously help us in increasing that from 28 to 40% is what we are looking at in this year.
You talked about the Gartner, right? Are you guys published on Magic Quadrant or somewhere or no?
Not yet. That's a goal for this year. I hope we achieve that.
So this year you should be reaching about 2 million. That's the target?
Yeah, at least 2 million is what we are looking at, seeing the pipeline that we have and the kind of feedback that we are getting from our existing customers.
And what's the raise for?
Come again?
What is the raise? What's the raise amount and what's the raise?
So the raise is primarily we are looking to build a team in US. Right now, we just have a couple of folks in US. So we really want to build a team, expand in the US market. So for that one, we are raising money. And of course, product enhancement is one of the key areas as well.
Always.
Who's your top customer? Like, who are the types of customers that are
most of the fintech companies, technology companies, telecom companies, like companies that have a confidential data, PII information or transactional data, they respect security. And for them, it is chaotic today because they deal with thousands of vulnerabilities. So that's where our solution will really help them.
30 seconds, please.
Thanks. Our solution really helps them in mitigating the risk or rather reducing the risk.
Okay.
So how would a product like Strobes compare with somebody like Sniper, another product in the market?
Right. So the biggest advantage we have is basically our platform not only have integrations with the commercial scanners, we have a gamut of inbuilt open source scanners. So that means any customer that doesn't have deep pockets enough, but yet want to use application or cloud scanners can use it with single click.
Thanks, Venu, and that's all time we have. Next up, we have a video from UPilot, and I don't think the entrepreneur is here. And so let's just play that video, and that will wrap up the mid-stage session, and then we will roll over to the early stage.
Sure, thank you.
Please play the video for UPilot.
Imagine, where do you want your business to be in 5 years from now? You can achieve any goal you set your mind to with the combination of the right mindset, the right skill set, and the right tool sets. One of the key skill sets in business is the ability to predict your future revenues in advance. This can be done by applying the formula where your future revenue equals the value of your pipeline times your closing ratio. If your sales team's closing ratio is 25% and you want to get sales of $1 million, then you must build a pipeline of $4 million. But in most small business CRMs, you cannot make accurate predictions, as in most cases, everyone can decide what to share with whom. To be able to anticipate and make accurate forecasts, you need to set up reporting and top-down data visibility, often called role-based access. This feature is often locked away in the highly priced enterprise plans of CRMs. In UPilot, role-based access is a standard feature to ensure you get started with the right tool without having to upgrade constantly. You also get a pipeline gap dial that tells you how much pipeline you should build to reach target sales and also what the gap is in real time. Give your business the right start with the tool that's designed to help you grow. UPilot, give your business clarity and the power to anticipate.
Guys, you can contact the entrepreneur San Bhaskaran if you guys have more questions. With that, we conclude the mid-stage presentations. Thank you very much, Amar, Shankar, and Anu, for an interactive and a very engaging session here. And I'll now hand it over to Vipul to start off with the next segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kumar. Thank you.
We can roll off now.
Teams we had in the previous round, which was the mid-stage companies. Now it's my privilege to introduce panelists for the next stage, which is we call early stage companies. And we have 19 companies in this. I'll take you through first 10, and then I'll hand it over to Kumar. And on the panel today, we have Neeraj Saran, an accomplished engineering lead, VP of Engineering at Amazon, Group Director at Microsoft, and now I'm a very active angel investor. Prasad Rao, he has taken a couple of companies public, a very active angel investor as well, and mentor. And then Raghu Raghavan, general partner at Elevate Capital, a very successful entrepreneur with multiple exits. And I will ask Neeraj, maybe you start introducing yourself as well and take 15, 20 seconds.
Sure.
And then Prasad and then Raghu.
All right. So it's an honor and a privilege to be part of this panel to judge the early stage companies. I did this last year. I'm an active member, as Vipul said, as an investor, plus strong background in deep technology. So looking forward to the pitches today.
Thank you, Neeraj.
Thank you.
Prasad?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Prasad. I run a company called Tridewell. I've been an entrepreneur for about 30 years. And primarily, I've been in the services business. I started 4 companies, took 2 of them public in India, did venture capital rounds twice in the US. And I've been also advising companies as a board member. And I currently take an active part in angels investment. And it has been my passion to work with fellow entrepreneurs and learn and teach both. Thank you.
Thank you. Prasad. Raghu? I think you're on mute.
Good morning. I'm Raghu Raghavan, general partner at Elevate Capital, which is a early stage venture fund located in Portland, Oregon. So I'm actually sitting in Saratoga, regardless of the background. and Kumar is my partner. And we invest in very early stage companies. And so it's a real pleasure to be able to hear all the pitches today.
Thank you. Once again, Neeraj, Prasad, Raghu, thanks for making time for the next set of companies. We have a really excited bunch. And the format, as you already know, for everyone is 3 minutes video, pre-recorded video will play, and then we'll go into 2 minutes of questions, answers, and some feedback for the companies as well. So control room, if you can queue up the first video, all text. This company is really making a big impact on the ecological, biological system by reutilizing biodegradable plastics and carbon neutral fibers. So please play the video.
Hi, I'm Myra, co-founder of Altex. Altex is a biomaterial startup creating high-quality, sustainable textiles that are biodegradable and carbon neutral. Fashion is one of the most polluting industries on the planet. But with the rise of conscious consumerism, sustainable fashion brands are growing by 500%. But despite the market pull, there's a lack of truly sustainable alternatives to one of the largest and most polluting sectors of fashion manufacturing, polyester. At Altex, we're solving this need by creating a sustainable polyester replacement through our waste to wardrobe solution. We take one of the largest contributors of garbage, food waste, and we chemically regenerate it into a bioplastic used to create polyester. So here's the breakdown. Food processors donate their post-industrial food waste through CSR partnerships. Food waste is rich in sugars and starches, which go through our novel, patentable fermentation process to create a bioplastic fiber. The fiber fits into existing supply chains of the fashion manufacturing industry to create textiles of various styles and configurations. What you get is a sustainable polyester alternative fabric that mimics the same loved qualities of polyester. It's carbon neutral and biodegradable, and it's cost competitive. More importantly, the environmental impact of one shirt created from Altex fabric diverts 1 kilogram of food waste from landfills, 9 kilograms of carbon emissions from the air we breathe, and 4 kilograms of microplastic pollution, adding up to big impact. So this is what the competitive market looks like, and despite some emerging solutions, the only alternative to polyester currently is recycled polyester, which is facing increasing backlash and claims due to its lack of recyclability and contribution to microplastic pollution. Not only does Altex fabric offer polyester's beloved physical qualities, our superior sustainability offers retailers a unique marketing proposition through our waste to wardrobe story, and we're also cost competitive as our cost-free feedstock allows us to transfer cost savings upstream. So switching gears to the business side, in a typical transaction, the fashion retailer purchases the chosen style at about $18 a yard online. The Altex fibers are then woven and fulfilled by existing textile manufacturing partners who receive a cut. With an average order size of about 15,000 yards, this adds up to $270,000 in a single transaction. At scale, this is a $10 billion opportunity given the growth and lack of alternatives in the market currently. It's a long way to go, but 9 months into the journey, we're now refining our prototype in our labs. We've secured 8 letters of intent for our 2021 launch at agreed upon price points and quantities, and we've secured a pipeline of 6 cost-free food waste suppliers. To that end, here's the team of entrepreneurs and scientists behind the magic. We hope you're just as excited about the future of sustainable fashion as we are.
Excellent. Can I start off by asking, so in terms of pipeline, where exactly are you? Do you have any trials going on or POCs, any feedback?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Neeraj. So we're still in the developmental stage, which means we have our fiber prototype and we're still in the scale-up process so we can start serving some customers, which we expect to do by 2022. At this stage, we have about 10 letters of intent from fashion brands, mid to large scale fashion brands who are interested in co-piloting this with us. So we have agreed upon price points, agreed upon quantities, but as we scale up, we're looking to begin fulfilling those by mid 2022.
Okay.
Comment. Yeah, continue, Neeraj. I'll ask later.
No, that's fine, Prasad. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. This is very close to my heart because my daughter is a fashion designer and we keep talking about this all the time. And this industry contributes to a lot of waste, as I can see, right? Yeah. So So is this something that you're trying to license, or what is the mission? What's the long-term mission?
Yeah, so the long-term mission here is for Altex to be the technological company behind the fiber manufacturing, and for us to then partner with textile manufacturers who actually know what they're doing around the textile weaving side to configure this into an actual fabric. So we have strategic investments from some of the largest textile manufacturers in the world who have agreed to take this fiber and convert it into actual fabric. Long term, we see a licensing play once we've established a brand and are looking towards growth strategies. But at this time, we'll be doing a lot of the in-house manufacturing and technical development within Canada.
Hey, Myra, quick question for you. What caused you to launch this? Was there I understand the sort of the dynamics of the thought process, but was there a specific thing? Did somebody come to you, or was there a very specific ask of you that caused you to say, yes, I'm going to do this?
Yeah,
or did you just want to save the world?
I get that question all the time. I have a business background. I come from corporate sales. I decided to just hop off a couple of years ago and do this full time because I just hate this industry. I come from a family background in textile manufacturing, so I've seen firsthand the very negative effects this industry has on the planet, and I've always known I was going to do something to come back and fix that. When we emigrated here to Canada, my mom was in this business, and that's how we put food on the table. So it's just feels like an obligation to do something to fix it. And I was lucky enough to find some technical folks along the path who actually knew what they were doing on the biochemistry side to put this together. So that's kind of how it came about.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Myra.
Thank you,
thank you, Altex. Great cause. Make a dent. Next, we have Byte Size, and Jess will be joining us. Please play their video.
Hi, I'm Jess Lee, CEO of Byte Size.
Hi, I'm Edward Ozer. I'm the COO of Byte Size.
We started this company because of the massive opportunity in the automotive industry right at this moment. It's an $80 billion industry, and it's going through a massive evolution where for the first time, buyers expect to literally buy a car online with a click of a button. So you can see this with the rise of companies like CarMax and Carvana.
Yeah. So consumer behavior has totally changed. So now people are sitting at home and thinking, I don't want to waste all my weekends for a month with a string of salespeople hearing pitches on cars I don't want. Car buyers want to know the exact car they will buy and how they're financing it before they even go into the dealership. So they want an easy process. And car dealerships are, in fact, they're adopting better websites using services like Roadster, and they use that to showcase their cars and even be able to tell you your monthly payment before you come in. But once the consumer expresses interest, the process totally falls apart from there. This is because dealerships still have an antiquated back office follow-up sales process. So for the thousands of leads they get in a month, dealerships literally have one person who sits in a room and dials each person one by one.
Yeah, so with the new way of messaging, we made it possible for you to book a test drive at any dealership with just a click of a button. It's frictionless. And anyone can have a text message conversation with a real person at a car dealership instantly. And we're doing this leveraging a special way of text messaging. Now, car buying is personal. You're maybe buying a Subaru SUV because you're starting a new family. Maybe you're buying a new BMW because you got a nice new job out of college. Maybe you're getting a Jeep because you want to spend more time outdoors with your loved ones. So people are excited about buying a car, but the sales process is a total drag. And the real secret is that traditional car dealers, they still make up 95% of the industry. So we're really excited about this huge opportunity to make car buying actually exciting again for the massive $80 billion industry.
For the pitch, so it wasn't quite clear to me how exactly do you help the salespeople be more productive?
Yeah, so your question is, how do we actually help salespeople become more productive and sell more cars?
Right. So do you have a platform that enables the messaging and it's like a CRM, or what does it do?
Yeah, so we work on top of their CRM. These car dealerships, they have a very specific automotive CRMs that they work on. So we work on top of that, and we help them be able to target different types of customers with text messaging and send text messages to, let's say, 300 people who are looking for the same car all at once. So then they're working through the customers a lot quicker. And we also help them follow up with leads. So a lot of times these people at car dealerships, you know, they're sitting there, they're looking for the lowest hanging fruit. So after 3 days, like someone inquiring, they've already forgotten about them, and it's like they never talk to them again. So we help them follow up on text messaging in a very personalized way. It still sounds like that person is actually talking to you.
45 seconds.
Yeah, so the car buying, one of the most painful points is after you bought the car, they still make you sit there for several hours doing the paperwork. You know, I bought many cars, and every time that's the most painful part I have seen, because finalize the deal in a few, probably in a few minutes, but then you still cannot avoid this pain. Are you trying to do something in that direction? The paperwork, the finance, that all the things that follow the car buying experience?
Yeah, I know. It's so easy to get hangry while you're waiting in there. You're like spending 3 hours. So our entire purpose is to work out all the financing through text messages before you even go in. So when you go in, literally all you do is a test drive. All your details are ironed out, and you leave with the car. So that's our ultimate mission.
Yeah,
Thank
only
you,
Tesla
Jessica.
could do that. Yeah, Tesla did that, I believe. They just deliver the car. So
right.
Yeah.
We're gonna make everyone a Tesla.
Good.
We have a quick one, very quick one. Yes and no answer.
Quick question. What do you sell this thing for, and how many customers are actually giving you good feedback on this?
Yeah, so our annual contract value right now is $24,000. So it's a $2,000 per month subscription, and we only take annual contracts. And we have customers including all different types of brands like Ford, Chrysler, Lexus, Jeep, you name it.
Thank you, Jessica, for making the car buying more simpler, I guess. I hope it solves Prasad's pain. Next, we have Botco, and I guess Rebecca Clyde will be joining us. Please cue their video.
Last year, healthcare providers missed out on $50 billion in revenue because they were not prepared to engage digitally with their patients. Nearly a third of all the patients in the United States even switched providers or didn't go to their usual visit. That is why at Botco AI, we have created a modern solution for real-time engagement. My name is Rebecca Clyde. I am the co-founder and CEO at Botco AI. We call this real-time engagement solution Intelligent Chat Nurturing, powered by AI. We provide instant conversations that advance the consumer through the journey and generate reimbursable events. Using Botco AI, accessing healthcare is as easy as texting a friend. Health consumers love chatting with our AI agents because we instantly answer all their questions and save them many hours of hold time and phone time. Providers love us too, because we create reimbursable events and deflect costly phone calls. Our customers include providers that are the largest in their categories. Each of these providers uses Botco AI to engage their consumers instantly, to answer questions, schedule appointments, verify benefits, and even begin the admissions process. We started in 2020 with our first annual subscription signed for $20,000. In the last year, we grew 400%, and we are now approaching 400K in ARR. What makes us different? Our specialization around marketing functions, helping providers with the discovery and pre-admissions questions that every family might have. And because we have handled over 1 million healthcare-specific conversations, we know healthcare consumers' real intents, no matter how they might ask their question. Our AI handles 95% of all patient conversations without needing a live agent. Our team has the technology and industry background to take this company all the way. We know how to build and scale successful companies. Our roadmap includes exciting innovations in AI chat, which automate more patient engagement capabilities and incorporate voice and video. Thank you for this incredible honor to be recognized as a TiE 50 winning startup. We are excited to have you join us in transforming patient engagement with intelligent chat. Thank you.
So
hello, everyone.
Yeah, hi, I can go first. So do you use, are you using some open source AI algorithms, or have you built everything ground up?
No, we have not built everything from the ground up. There are some open source elements within our platform that are foundational and that will help us do some basic language classification. So being able to understand words like hello, how are you, very basic conversational formats. Our technology is focused primarily on understanding all of the healthcare related concepts. So for example, if somebody is inquiring about Alzheimer's care for one of their loved ones, that's something that our technology is able to understand. So that's where we have layered our capabilities on top of kind of general English language classifiers.
What pieces do you have that something like an IBM Watson cannot do?
Oh, a lot. So an IBM Watson, you would have to hire a whole team of engineers to be able to deploy something on that and probably plan 6 to 12 months in order to have something go live. The reason our customers choose Botco AI is because they have the ability to instantly go live. We have conversational templates that are already pre-built for specific practice types. So those might include something like a behavioral health template, or maybe if you are in a physical therapy business, we already have those already built out. We understand the terms, the questions, the topics that people are asking for when they're specifically inquiring about those types of needs. And so we have the ability to take a customer live within 3 to 4 weeks. They can already have a solution running and fully trained.
Thank you.
30 seconds. You're on mute.
You're on mute,
Raghu.
On mute, Raghu.
Sorry, there's people in my backyard, so I'm trying to keep that down. Hi, Jessica. Very nice. A question for you is, what is the longest that you've had a customer? How long have they used it?
Great question. Thank you. We just actually renewed 2 of our customers that had signed early last year. The first signed actually doubled their subscription. They went from a $2,000 a month subscription to a $4,000 a month subscription. And then our second customer that just renewed from last year is Digby Health. They are in the public health space handling immunizations for public health departments. And they just renewed from $3,500 a month to $7,000 a month. So what we have had with every single renewal that has come up is a 200% expansion. And that's where we are right now. We're really excited to have that kind of partnership. And for us, what it demonstrates is that we're bringing a lot of value to their business. We're actually transforming the way that they can interact with with the families that they serve. And we're making a significant difference both to their bottom line in terms of efficiency and productivity, but then also to their top line in terms of revenue generation.
And what are the top practice types? One last question, sorry. And what are the top practice types that seem to want this?
Where we're getting a lot of demand right now is from the behavioral health space, which, as you can imagine, is growing very quickly. They've had a big growth spurt in the last year because of the circumstances that we're going through. We're also seeing a lot from the drug and alcohol rehab space, which are kind of commingled situations and needs. So I would say those are the two largest and the two that are growing. We also have a lot of demand from the senior care and senior living space. So everything from assisted living through skilled nursing and hospice care as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Botco. Go, Botco.
Next,
we have a exciting company. They're actually doing the VR stuff for first responders and police training and stuff without the actual weapons, but with the real recoil and whatnot. So please queue up Chimera XR, and Taylor.
Hi, I'm Taylor, CEO and co-founder of Chimera XR. We help first responders train anywhere, anytime through high-quality virtual reality simulators. As most of you know, law enforcement in particular have been under increasing scrutiny after use of force incidents in the public eye. This is a training issue. Most law enforcement agencies don't get access to the training they need, and COVID has hampered that even further. Our system fills a gap in training where even if you are in the wrong part of the state or the country to access the instructor you need, this system will help you connect remotely through the internet to train with that individual. It's also the most immersive system that's out there because virtual reality can recreate high stress situations with ease. This is a very cost-effective system, costs 10 times less than the comparable simulator to buy and 20 times less to maintain. As a system, it's the easiest to use for first responders. We have a wide range of options which allow for de-escalation, tactics, and communications-based training. And because it has specialized capabilities, it gives high return on investment to agencies. As a system, what you're seeing here, this is the product. It has modular firearms and tactical training tools, which means you can use your own firearm, your own components with our system. It's the only one like that on the market. As a system, it fits in a package. You see like the bottom left, that Pelican case, and that case can fit in the overhead on an airplane. It's that small, and it's easy to set up under 2 minutes, anywhere you need it, indoors and even outdoors in some cases. We're the only veteran-owned first responder VR company. We've raised $300,000 to this date and used that to launch our first product in February, which sold in the first 2 weeks to Canada's National Police Force. Right now, we're looking at the FBI and other national agencies coming up next, and $500,000 this year alone in projected revenue. Where does all this traction come from? We're the only system that incorporates real vehicle ballistics, has multi-user network training that's significant enough you can train with anywhere you need to, and virtual reality enabled firearms, which means you can use your own tools in a realistic fashion within our system. The software is also augmented reality compatible, which means we have another vertical to expand into, and we spend nothing in marketing. We spend no dollars on leads, and yet we have all of this growth ahead of us because we're going to raise another $1 million this year to build these programs that are pilot projects like augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and get to that program of record where we are a staple in the simulation industry, making a $9 million ARR in 2025. We will give our first responders what they deserve by creating the intelligent individual coaching system as the new category in simulation. Thank you very much.
It looks very interesting. So your simulation and training programs, is that specific for maybe state or country, or is it something generic that all your customers can use out of the box?
Yeah, it's a very modular system with a lot of customization at the end user level. So the end user can choose what they want to train based on the assets that we give them in the system, which are things like vehicles, structures, people, and they can manipulate those on their own, or they can use the templates that we've built for them that are based on experts in policing and experts in the military.
Okay.
So how do you create the scenarios? I'm sorry. Sorry, Prasad. How do you create the scenarios, the high stress scenarios? I mean, do you pre-build them, or do customers have to build it themselves, or how does that work?
Oh, so we pre-build some to show them the capability and show them what's possible. And then they take those templates and they adjust them for themselves. So for example, we'll build a traffic stop where if you approach the driver's side door, the driver will be non-compliant and we'll try to shoot the officer, and they'll take that and say, oh, that's good. I want to change the way that person looks, or I want to change the distance from the officer to the subject, and they can make adjustments based on that, or they can create something completely different because they, again, are able to drag and drop assets like vehicles, buildings, people to make whatever they require.
What's your pricing model? How does the unit economics work?
So the system is an upfront purchase of 12,000 US, and there's a subscription after that if they want to maintain access to the ever-growing library of drills, scenarios, features, and environments. But they don't have to subscribe. So some agencies don't work on subscription services very well for procurement reasons because it's a government entity that we're dealing with for most of our sales pipeline. But those that will be able to maintain the subscription will get increasing benefits. And a lot of those agencies that are interested in those subscription services are also looking for the pilot projects and what the next stage in the future of training is.
20 seconds, guys.
Is it only for law enforcement, or is it for private security and any other options you have explored?
Yeah, so it's law enforcement, military, anything armed in the security sector is what we focused on for now, but it could easily expand into regular security and other potential first responder jobs as well.
How's the competition in this
Taylor. Okay, Neeraj, go ahead.
How's the competition? How many other people are doing similar things?
So there are 7 or 8 international companies that are doing something similar, but there are a few major differences where most of our competition don't have a modular firearms component. They don't have a hardware component. And most of our competition don't have true multi-user networking where you could be in a completely different part of the world and we can connect and train together in virtual reality.
So again, thanks, Taylor. I would like to see this in my neighborhood arcade. If nothing else, but again, sounds very exciting. Thank you. Next, we have a food marketplace for hungry students at universities from Cooked. And Vikram is going to be joining us. Please cue up their video.
Hi, my name is Vikram, and this is Cooked, providing affordable meals for students. We all love the convenience of restaurant delivery, and that's especially true for students who have otherwise limited options. Cooking for themselves requires having a kitchen, which many students don't have, in addition to extra time and planning for groceries. The few people who actually have a meal plan know that campus food, well, to put it generously, is subpar. Dining out is expensive and not economical on a daily basis. So you're left with takeout or delivery. But any of us who have actually used Uber Eats or DoorDash before are too familiar with receipts like this. Not only is the listed price inflated from the restaurant's own menu, but all the fees added up can result in a total that's twice the cost of the food itself. Now that's broken, but Cooked is a service that solves this problem with a focus on students specifically, who tend to be cost conscious. Cooked takes advantage of the high density of students on college campuses to lower costs substantially. Students use the Cooked app to order from a diverse set of local restaurants a few hours in advance. Cooked will aggregate orders and send drivers to deliver them in bulk to student residences for only a small and reasonable delivery charge. Now, of course, we also offer free pickup if you're close by. How is Cooked able to make this work compared to other players in the field? Those apps have to connect many restaurants with many customers at any location. So each driver carries only one or maybe a handful of orders at a time per trip. That's a really high delivery cost per order. Now, on the other hand, Cooked simplifies this by considering a smaller but constantly rotating set of restaurants at a time. This provides a high volume of orders per restaurant and lets Cooked deliver to many students in one trip to a residential hall. The delivery cost per order is then much lower. Now, as a result, a receipt from Cooked may look something like this, next to a receipt from a traditional food delivery company. Notice the simplicity and lack of extra fees. In the end, Cooked is almost half the price, making it much more affordable for students. Student meals are a huge market with a total size of $100 billion nationwide. We're piloting Cooked at 3 universities to start with, BU, USC, and UF. We've already had strong interest from students at these universities, with over 90% of them saying that they would use Cooked at least once per week, and more than half saying that they would use it at least 3 times per week. We're targeting a marketing strategy to students at these schools, with referral discounts to tap into wide student networks, partnerships with on-campus organizations like Greek Life and activity clubs, and marketing Cooked to parents as a type of care package for their child. We're really excited about our launch, and we're looking for investors to quickly expand our reach to other schools. If you're interested in learning more or coming on board, please contact me here at this address. Thank you so much for listening.
What's to prevent what's to prevent Uber Eats or DoorDash from doing this? Because you already have the drivers, they have the restaurants, so at least in that sense they've got a leg up on you. They just have to aggregate the trips and the orders.
Yeah, a couple of reasons. Like the first one is that this is just not their kind of business model. Like they're just not in this kind of space where they can aggregate and then efficiently deliver to like aggregate from a certain set of restaurants and deliver to like a certain small set of locations. The second one is that students are a small market for them, so they wouldn't go after them specifically.
So if students is a small market for them, is it really such a large TAM then? And SAM and SOM for you guys?
It is. It is quite a big market, and the reason I think that for them it won't be effective is because we've talked to many students, and like their pricing scheme for their delivery model is just like it's not affordable for them. So we think that we can break in with like a much more a better delivery model that cuts their delivery costs.
So do you use your own drivers? Is that the thing? Or?
Yeah, we use our own drivers.
And so how many, I mean, it seems like with a small delivery fee like that, you've really got to get up to some massive scale before you'll be burning a lot of cash for a long time, it kind of feels like.
It won't be a ton of cash, actually. We only need a handful of drivers per school to actually get this started. And if you work at the unit economics, you don't actually need a ton of orders in order to make this work. You need on the order of like in double-digit numbers of orders, which is not massive scale.
When do you begin your pilots?
15 seconds.
Pilots are actually beginning in the next couple of days.
Oh, excellent.
Excellent.
Good luck to you guys. I'm an investor in Cooked.
You already cooked.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Vikram. Thanks, Cooked.
All right, thank you guys for your time.
Seems like a good aggregator and disruptor for the food market. Next, we have Sunil from Copper Wire Systems. Please queue up their video. They are doing a blockchain-based platform and applications for supply chain.
Good morning. My name is Sunil Cherry, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Copper Wire Systems, which is an enterprise blockchain application middleware platform. Our goal is to simplify and adoption of blockchain with our EC chain technology. We help enterprises connect any application to any blockchain to any cloud. We have strong enterprise DNA from major companies in the space, and we are focusing our efforts initially on supply chain. The team has already got recognition from Gartner in 2 out of 3 blockbuster trends for supply chain. We are funded by the Fabric, and TiE Angels, Band of Angels, and TEDA have also funded this round. We have multiple customers, including Fortune 100s like Caterpillar, and a solid partnership with Samsung, TIPCO, and Alteryx. Team has very good experience across networking, security, and infrastructure. In particular, our VP of Engineering has built out a stablecoin, got it approved by the Reserve Bank of India in 2015 as a digital cash product. It's the only stablecoin approved by any Federal Reserve in the world. Backers, the Fabric, has significant history of exits. We focus on these 3 problems in supply chain around lack of visibility, lack of trust, and lack of efficiency. These happen because of poor data sharing and lack of verifiability and privacy controls and paper-based manual operational silos and manual processes. So you need better solutions to have good orchestration, risk and resiliency management to deal with issues like Suez Canal blockage and chip shortages, things like that. What we have built out is a solid framework with multi-tier visibility across several tiers of a supply chain, with the ability to have privacy and encryption and access control to have better trust and governance, with efficiency and flexibility, savings to be had because of our end-to-end tracking and tracing, and our supply chain risk and resiliency management comes as a result of this. And we have applications not only from us, but also from our partners, and we have adjacent technologies like IoT, AI, automation, data services integrated. One example is avocado green mattress, the ESG space. How do you prove that you are indeed organic? We are able to connect the dots across from US to India and Pakistan, Bangladesh, all the way up to the wool sheep farms to be able to show that their data is indeed organic and certified with IoT integration. The opportunity in supply chain is over 9.85 billion. This blockchain market is bigger. Our solutions are scalable to other sectors as well. We have a SaaS-based revenue model, which you can see massive scalability and profitability for investing in this company. We are raising 1 million on SAFE. With the 7 million cap, we have already raised 750,000 from TiE Angels and Band of Angels, and we are looking to spend this money on sales, marketing, and engineering. Thank you for selecting us a TiE 50 winner. We appreciate your time.
Sunil, good to see you again. We have asked you hundreds of questions already as part of the TiE Angels due diligence process. So I would let Raghu take the stage and ask more questions.
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say great job, Sunil. It's very impressive. Question is, which industry or which supply chains are the most receptive to your solution right now?
Right now, we are going after automobile and heavy industry manufacturing. And we have that partnership is through Tada Cognitive Solutions that has supply chain experience. We have another partnership with Altrix that's helping us getting into CPG retail.
So Sunil, you said automotive, right?
Yes.
So it looks like, Chrysler and Toyota, they seem to be sourcing more and more parts from single suppliers or a much smaller number of suppliers. Like recently, and I saw Chrysler, like 95% of all the parts for the 100-something vehicles comes from just one supplier. So how does that impact your kind of...
A great question. And obviously, we have seen all the headlines around the shortages, because the fundamental issue is that they all typically deal with one tier 1 suppliers, maybe 1,000 or so. But in a real chain, there might be 10,000 suppliers who, tier 1 has tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, etc. And everybody is not vertically integrated. So you might buy an engine from somebody, but the pistons may be somebody else who makes that for many other people. But you don't even know who makes that. So that is a problem, and that is where the lack of visibility comes in.
So in that case, Sunil, how do you get all the players in the multi-level supply chain to opt in to use this blockchain? What do you have to do to make sure that everybody is running everything through your platform?
So orchestration is obviously important. The major players have to lead that drive. And what we've done is we created a platform that allows any supplier to be onboarded with a simple click of the mouse, simple forms-based onboarding. So they're part of the same platform. And then we make sure that the privacy is maintained. So people who don't want to share data beyond who's supposed to see it, we keep it limited to that. And that allows us to scale this much rapidly.
20 seconds.
So the last question I have is this a carrot solution or a stick solution when you actually put it into place?
It's a combination. So you need some incentives and you need to make it easy for people. So in many supply systems, we are actually making it easier for it to come on board.
Okay.
It's carrot to OEM and stick to the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Copper System. Make the supply chain more efficient. Definitely, I think there's a lot more efficiency which can be squeezed out of those things. Next, we have iWater Tech and Connor Payne will be joining. Something about water efficiency and water conservation. Again, seems to be very impactful technology and offering. please play their video.
Hi, my name is Connor Payne, CEO of iWaterTech, and I'm here today seeking $250K for 4.9% of my company. Let's get going. 80 gallons a day. That's how much water you and I consume. That's running the shower until it's hot. That's pre-washing dishes. That's everything. And what blew my mind was that was 2 times the average when you compare us to Europe, India, any other country. It's crazy. And so what's even crazier is you start thinking about the production cost. And we did some research and we uncovered it. And for every 1 gallon that you and I consume, it takes about almost another whole gallon to get it there and 60 watts to deliver it to you and I. So really, that 80 turns into 156 gallons a day per person. And according to the Government Office of Accountability, National Geographic, and many other research, at this rate, 40 out of 50 states will be in a water shortage. The United Nations has listed it as one of their top priorities. So we knew we had to do something. And so we started talking to universities, hotels, travelers, family, friends, and we realized 3 things. You can't change behavior. You can't reduce what you can't measure. Data is crucial. You need to work with what you have. Showers, everything. And so introducing iWater. iWater is a suite of connected sensors that work discreetly to reduce water waste where it occurs. That's the shower, faucets, leaks, toilets, and the hot water tank. And after 4 years and about $3.5 million, we've iterated and deployed and trials, and we've come with a very big product that we're proud of. And that's our bulletproof shower device. It's a 2-minute install. It's incredibly easy. It fits to what your shower head already is. We know and understand that the shower is an oasis. It's serene. You don't want to change that. We understand that. The mid-market price is very competitive. With integrating into your favorite smart assistant and realizing tangible savings in your bills, 20%, makes it a very attractive product to do a lot of good in the world. And that product also tracks 2 types of data. As I said, it was connected. It tracks anonymous trackable data, timestamps. It tracks an actionable data. So we can start uncovering routines, preferences, patterns. Preheating your water tank from when you need it. Allocating the correct amount of water for certain activities. That type of data can result in a recovery of 50 gallons a day per person every day. We've run appropriate trials in hotels where we've realized great savings, a reduced operating cost of about $37,000 a year and recovering about 2 million gallons of water. Together, you and I can get back 6 trillion gallons of water a year without changing your behavior, all while using your existing appliances, all enabled by data. 32% reduction. We're iWater, and we believe in a world without waste.
Thank you.
So this is not leak detection. This is you're not detecting leaks in my water system. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Do I take a shorter shower, or are you going to stop me watering the lawn? I'm trying to figure out where the savings come from.
Yeah, absolutely. So on that bulletproof device, we actually have an ultrasonic sensor that we pulled from our car bumper. Based on whether or not you're underneath the device, it'll have full flow, what you're normally used to. But if you step out to shampoo, shave, it reduces the flow to 20%. So it modulates the flow water. Yep.
But outside of showers, where else can this work?
Absolutely. So we recently pivoted to start including it in faucets, hot water tanks, and toilets. So the other offenders within inside the home, measuring, analyzing how much water is actually needed per the activity and allocating it appropriately.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Barney's message when my kids were growing. Barney's video used to say, "Don't let the water run." So you're doing that. You automated that process.
Exactly, and the key there, what we found through, again, many of the iterations, was if you have someone actually intervene, so press an eco button or change the shower head or do something like that, the likelihood that that behavior sticks diminishes. So having it automated and just working behind it so it doesn't change your experience is key.
Yeah. So what's the sales part? Are you selling direct to consumer or through
Yeah,
B2B?
so we are direct to hotels at the moment. We're currently pre-revenue. So we've had multiple trials and demos and they're eager to get us back. We've also received a purchase order pre-COVID for 25,000 units, but we are currently still pre-revenue right now. It is direct to hotels.
30 seconds, guys.
Yeah. There are
what do you charge for the device?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
The suppliers to hotels that aggregate the demand from several hotels, they supply pillows and beds and all that. Have you been talking to those companies?
No, but that's a phenomenal idea. Thank you. Yeah. We've just been cold calling general managers, and every time we cold call, we get into the hotel to do a trial and a demo.
Well, that's a difficult one. Let's talk separately. I work in the hospitality industry, so
that would be great. Yeah, thank you.
What is this cost?
Okay, go ahead. Last one.
What is the cost of this device?
Absolutely. So the cost of goods to manufacture the shower device itself is $68. We wholesale it at $149 and we retail at $199. And in a hotel, that ROI is realized in less than 2 years. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, iWater Tech. Looks like very important technology. Okay. Kumar, are you here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. So I'm going to hand over the second half of the early stage companies to Kumar. The next company is going to be Lenark. Kumar, take over for.
Thank you, Vipul. Hey guys, how about that? Look at all these companies, great disruptive technology and innovation, and don't you like it? Let's hear more of them come in. We have Lenark up here and the CEO, Shanti Rajan, who's going to tell us all about construction management and the software behind it. Let's play the video, please.
Hey there, I'm Shanti Rajan, founder and CEO of Lenark Inc. At Lenark, we are building a single unified platform for project and operations management for construction teams. Construction, it's an old world industry. Annual global spend is about $10.3 trillion. The problems this industry faces are also big. More than 70% of projects fail to deliver on cost, time, and quality. If you're wondering why that is so, mainly because this industry has not adopted technology uniformly across all its base. And the main reason for that, as McKinsey put it, lack of a single unified platform that helps contractors get started easily. And that's where we come in. Our platform is this single integrated platform that connects people and processes. We support many of the construction industry's processes from bid to build and project closeout. Our unique platform allows the contractor to take a perspective, whether it's within a project or across all projects within their company. Our platform has 4 main pillars. It's collaborative and has operational support, and it connects all the players in the ecosystem and has a BI intelligent tool that is predictive. Where are we today? Our first version will be out in June 2021, and we'll be onboarding our early customers by September. Beyond that, of course, we are looking to expand our offerings with integration with some of the solutions that exist in the marketplace today, as well as build out our ML engine, as well as expand our support to other user personas within the industry. Taking a look at the market opportunity, global construction technology spend is expected to be about $100 billion over the next 5 years. And this is a prediction again from McKinsey. But we have taken a narrower slice to that whole technology spend. We have looked at contractors who are ready to adopt technology and have a decent crew size. And that brings us down to about 50,000 contractors. And with an annual spend subscription cost of about $12,000, that brings us to about initial target market that we'll be looking at of about $600 million. Why us? I'm a seasoned entrepreneur with 2 successes before. Our first product was sold to IBM, and another one was sold to Kana Communications. And amongst the many product industry advisors that I have, I want to highlight Paul Moran. He's the VP of Operations for Level 10 Construction, and it has an annual revenue of about $1 billion and is based here in the Valley. And he has been involved with our product, with Lenark from day one. And he's been instrumental in shaping both our understanding, the features we build, and the kind of solutions we should solve for. Beyond that, I have the engineering team is 20+ strong, based out of Chennai, and is deeply technical, and it's managed by engineering delivery head, also based out of India. Thank you for your time today. I look forward to sharing more of Lenark's journey so far and our future plans with you. Bye-bye.
You mentioned integration with other solutions available. What kind of solutions you are talking about there?
We're talking about, integration with Oracle for ERP or Sage, and upstream with, Autodesk outputs, or even with Bentley systems. So we want to cover the gambit from design to delivery, and whatever we don't touch, we will integrate with other platforms that are out there. And we're also looking to integrate with, some of the technologies that are coming up now, like say OpenSpace, which has got a completely based on AI-based camera outputs coming in from the field. Based on vision technology, they are making some predictions on safety as well as delivery schedules. So we will look to integrate with those kind of technologies as well.
It's a complete SaaS model with cloud delivery.
Yeah, it's SaaS. We are cloud agnostic. We can run both on AWS and Google Cloud. Our first infrastructure setup is all on AWS today.
Shanti, who in the company other than your advisor is from the construction area, to help shape the product?
I have a couple of other advisors. One is he's the head of construction management in San Jose State. He has also been involved from day one on this one. And then I have also worked with a couple of other construction companies where at every stage of the prototype, we take it out, show it, get validation, and then build out the feature. So if you're asking within the company, the rest of the people are almost on the technology side. So I've used external people like these advisors to come and advise us on the feature set that we should target.
And then how tech savvy are these contractors typically? As you know, individual contractors, are they really familiar and comfortable using tech?
They are more and more, they are becoming familiar and comfortable using tech. In fact, there's a great demand for tech being used on projects. This is coming from both the builder as well as from the people who are putting in the money, developers and bigger construction developers as well as the owners of projects. They are insisting on tech. They want to see data captured and data pushed through the entire system so that it's not massaged and manipulated. So this has caused a large number of startups also as to come into this field. So you will see that construction investment, tech investment has gone up over the last decade quite a bit.
Thank you, Shanti. That's all time we have. Thank you. Next up, we have Patham Iq, with an AI-powered platform for transforming drug development and personalized therapy. We have CEO Rajat Roy, who will join us on the call. Actually, Rajat said he was busy, so we have Parag Jain, a co-founder, joining us on the call. Please play the video.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rajat Roy, CEO and co-founder of Patham Iq. We at Patham Iq have developed a first-in-class AI-powered platform that uses a unique approach to predict before the start of a treatment which existing or a new treatment works best for a patient. This addresses major unmet needs in cancer drug development and approval with significant impact on pharmaceutical and healthcare industries. We are a multidisciplinary team of seasoned bioscientists, medical oncologists, data scientists, and entrepreneurs that have come together to address this huge unmet need in cancer treatment. Our medical experts have been at the cutting edge of cancer diagnosis and treatment research, coupled with our data science team with deep expertise in computer vision and AI, have built an immense IP portfolio in biomarker development. Several patents have already been filed. We are also guided by medical and pharma industry stalwarts in our journey. To get new cancer drugs to market, pharmas are running clinical trials to demonstrate that the new drug is more effective than the approved treatment for the patient population. Unfortunately, these trials are long, cost billions of dollars, and have very low success rate. Even for an approved drug, the treatment response rate is in many cases less than 20%. No tools or methods available in the clinic to predict who will not respond to the approved drug. The key hurdles are inability to discover reliable markers to identify non-responders to approved therapy, and also unable to identify early in their development cycle which patient will respond to their new drug. Our platform identifies who will fail approved therapy from pre-treatment cancer tissue and should be recruited into the clinical trials, and also helps predict early who will respond to the new drug, enabling higher success rate and significant market expansion with higher efficacy. After drug approval, Patham Iq tool is approved for clinical use as companion diagnostics. by predicting responders to approved drug, it helps physicians to decide on appropriate therapy for best clinical outcome. Current practice of genomic analysis fails to predict markers for treatment response in most cases. Thus far, it has achieved only in minority of cases success that are driven by predominant gene mutations. Our platform helps identify critical regions of interest from pre-treatment cancer tissue that drive treatment response, allowing focused proteogenomic analysis of those regions of interest to help discover novel biomarkers that were previously unknown. Our platform has been validated for multiple tumor types and therapy types. Our business model includes 3 steps: biomarker discovery and development, clinical trial patient selection, companion diagnostic in the clinic. Our platform has been validated at major academic partners and are engaged in pilot projects with big pharma. Successful completion of these projects will result in large commercial projects. In parallel, we continue to build credibility through academic partnership and peer-reviewed publication.
Okay, it's exactly not very clear to me how you are cutting down on the long clinical trials time frame of 5 to 10 years that normally happens in the pharma. Can you elaborate that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the fundamental question in a clinical trial is who are the right patients to recruit into the trial, such that you can successfully execute the trial and demonstrate that your drug is better than standard of care. So in the absence of biomarkers, you randomly select patients, and most patients do well with standard of care anyways. Hence, it takes a long time to show that statistical significance. If we can identify upfront that certain patients are going to fail the prevailing therapy and the new therapy is actually going to work on them, then that difference can be demonstrated much sooner, which is why the number of patients you need to recruit goes down, the time for the trial goes down, and the success rate goes up. It's about getting the right patients. And that's where the biomarker research and analysis comes in.
But Parag, is this going to flow through to the action? So once the drug is approved, how is this information going to be used by doctors to make sure that the right drug is prescribed to the right guy? Because in your trial, you're basically targeting only certain populations, but I'm not sure that the doctors are necessarily doing that downstream after approval.
They have to, because when a drug gets approved with a test, which is a inclusion criteria for the drug, then that same test has to be applied in the clinic for administering to patients. So the beauty of this is we don't even need to go through FDA ourselves. As the drug is getting approved, our companion diagnostic gets approved at the same time, and it hits the clinic, because without that approval, without that test, you cannot give the drug to a patient. That's how trials work.
In terms of financials, what is the revenue model going to be?
So the revenue model is actually in 3 phases. In the early phase, we work with pharma to do biomarker research. This is where we are licensing the research platform to them. And we're doing a collaboration model where there is milestone-based payment to discover the biomarker. Once the biomarker
Shivani, should I leave this room?
Go ahead, Parag.
Once the biomarker has been discovered, it is then taken into a trial, and that's when we become a test. So we are charging per patient per test. So if a trial is being run for 1,000 patients, we would be charging anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 per patient for running that test. And eventually, once the drug is approved, it becomes a companion diagnostic test that is administered in the clinic. So we again get a recurring fee per patient. So there's the research element of it, and once the test is there is a per patient testing element of it. So we monetize at different phases with different degrees of, obviously the biggest upside is in the clinic, but even early on, there is enough skin in the game with pharma, where they are co-investing with us to help in the discovery and development of the rest.
20 seconds.
And how soon do you expect to start seeing some revenues?
As late as starting second half of this year into most of next year. So we are into pilots with a couple of large pharmas where they are giving us test cases. We are demonstrating performance on our platform, and the expectation is as these evaluations mature, they convert into paid engagements for that collaboration and licensing of the platform.
Thank you, Parag. And that's all time we have. And thanks for presenting Patham Iq, and keep us posted on your traction. Next up, we have let me see here, sorry. We have Jugnu. from Sapien, telling us all about biobanks or lack thereof in many parts of the world. Let's play the video, please.
Hello, I'm going to talk about how at Sapien we upcycle medical waste for medical innovation. A biobank is like an Amazon of patient samples and data that is needed by all pharma and biotech companies to validate their products. Instead of doing clinical trials in human beings, which is very high risk and very high cost, new drugs and new markers can be tested in actual patient samples, which reduces the cost for drug validation, time to market, and also decreases the risk of failure in clinical trials. This is a very large market of 60 billion USD. The global demand currently exceeds the supply. So since there was no such biobank in India, we created one in 2012, and we are now a pioneer, not only the largest, but also the only commercial biobank. We have exclusive partnership with Apollo Hospitals and many other hospitals that allow us to cover all of India without any geographical bias. Our vast number of partnerships, SOPs towards ethical compliances, the scale, and our first mover advantage poses a very high barrier to entry for others now. We have a B2B model in which we get samples and data. We have exclusive access to all of Apollo hospitals. We get these samples and fragmented data to which we add many value-added services. And then this structured, digitized, electronic format matched with samples is of high value to many types of companies. And these are some examples of the services and products we offer. We provide samples for diagnostic markers, genomics, proteomics. We also take tissue and culture it into cells and use it for screening cancer or other kinds of drugs. We have access to discard human skin, which can be used for testing formulations, skin penetration, skin toxicity. And we're also building very deep data sets in cancer, which are very important for AI ML to build predictive algorithms. We have many global clients, veritable who's who of highly renowned clients. Often we are the only company in India that they are working with, and many of them have become repeat clients. We have a strong team. I myself was trained and worked abroad for 26 years. My head of biobank as well as labs are also people who worked with global companies and know what the buyer side expects internationally. Our board of directors is comprised of people from research, drug discovery, pharma, clinical backgrounds, and we have access to a number of advisors from technology point of view. In summary, we are a pioneer, large, differentiated enterprise. We have multiple streams of revenue reaching sustainability, which is unique for biobanks for us. We are currently seeking a growth capital of $3 to $4 million to reach a service obtainable market of 100 million. And we're also looking for life science, healthcare networks and corporate connects from this audience. Thank you. And we welcome your leftover samples.
What's our current revenue, Mike?
You are muted, sir.
You're muted.
Yeah.
We're at around $500,000 per year.
Okay. And how much is the plan for this year in terms of revenue? How much do you expect?
We expect this year is a pandemic year, so we expect
Okay. We can't hear you, Jugnu. Can you speak?
I can hear myself.
Yeah, now we could hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So this year might again be somewhere in the order of $500,000 to about 1 million. We do have a very deep order book where
Can you elaborate the multiple streams of revenue you said? What are those streams? Did you hear what I said? Hello?
No, can you hear us?
yes, there's a gap, I think. So we have multiple, services where we have differentiated using the tissues. We use services that we do in the lab. We have personalized diagnostics. We have We provide tissues. Yes, I also.
Seems to be some glitch there.
Yeah, there is some delay.
We lost audio from you, Jignu.
I am still able to hear you. Maybe there is a delay. Please go ahead and ask questions.
Okay, do you want to, Prasad, do you want to repeat that question about the multiple streams? Or?
Yeah, I think that she tried to explain, but I will ask another question on the same thing. So with the hospital partnerships, how does that work? What do they give you? What do they get back?
So people are usually looking to validate their markers and drugs. And so this is what we...
I think there's a massive delay here. Yeah.
So the hospitals basically give us close to medical waste. These are medical waste. So this is tissue and blood that is normally discarded. And we turn it into wealth by giving them information, personalized diagnostics.
Okay, Jignu, unfortunately, we don't seem to have good audio from you, probably because of some bad internet connection. But please, we will reach out to you with more questions directly, and you can answer them over email. Thank you very much, and we will go over to the next company here, Certifier. We have Arda from Certifier on the call, and please play the Certifier video. Just tell us all about certificates and badges.
Hi, this is Arda, founder and CEO of Certifier Incorporated. At Certifier, we believe the way to create sustainable education goes through the collection and analytics of educational data. So when we began our journey in August 2018, we focused on a simple and single problem. Certificates should have been the greatest tool to let us understand the skill sets of individuals, and they failed to do so. So in order to overcome this problem, we developed Certifier, the app that has given its name to the company. So Certifier is an integrable certificate and badge automation tool, which allows K-12 universities, corporates to create and share their certificates and badges and collect data analytics. We already reached more than 12 countries with Certifier and distributed more than 1 million certificates and growing rapidly with 28% each and every month. Along this journey, we realized a greater problem. Learning cannot be assessed. Why? Because 75% of our daily learning takes place outside of our classrooms. We read this blog from Forbes or watch this video from YouTube, but we do not know what we learned. In order to overcome this problem, we developed Verified. So Verified is a skills-based micro-learning mobile application. How it works? You simply download the app, select one of your skills, and the rest is on autopilot. App brings you daily creation based on your skills, and once you start your consumption, it directly reflects it on your living CV. How we generate revenue? Verified is free to download, and we generate ad revenue. To access some features, we offer our premium plans. We are targeting the EdTech providers market, and the initial countries are US, Canada, and UK. Initial serviceable market consists of LinkedIn users who are located in the very same countries. When we get to the competition, we have the upper hand with our greater technology, with the usage of AI, unified skills library, and already developed verification tools. Based on this, we already reached more than 1,000 daily active users and growing with 28% each week. We are climbing those huge ladders with this great team of 11 individuals who dedicated themselves to better education with technology. And it will be our delight to meet with you to create a transparent world where every individual is able to promote themselves. Thank you.
Current model for revenue is only ad-based, right? Is that going to be forever?
Well, there are two different solutions here, two different products actually. The first one is the app, it's called Certifier, the app that's given its name to the company. So the other one is Verified. So for Verified, the revenue model is going through ads, but at the same time we are offering those premium subscriptions. At the same time for Verified, on our roadmap, we already placed a model where we will be charging the source givers, the source planners, the content sharers in order to contribute their revenues and in order to disrupt the way they are acquiring customers for their platforms.
Thanks.
How much was your customer acquisition cost?
For the certified application or the verified application? So for certified application, the customer acquisition cost goes to $33 only, and the lifetime value is triple 4 times. And for the verified application, it's only $1.2, and the lifetime value is about $25 right now.
And how do you acquire these customers? Is it all through social media, SEO?
For the certified application, since it's a B2B application, we are acquiring those customers through the marketplaces or the reseller models. At the same time, we are directly affiliated with some affiliated buyers at the same time. So for verified, it is SEO, it is marketplaces. And at the same time, of course, there is the way we are directly placing affiliated, not the affiliated model, but the referral model inside the application.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I think Kumar will take over. So are you operating from US or are you outside US?
I'm sorry?
Are you located in the US?
We are located in Istanbul, in Turkey, but our company, our headquarters is located in the US.
Okay. So your developers are all in Turkey?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, that's all time we have. And thank you, Arka and Arda and Certifier. Next up, we will have Strom Motors. And we have Pratik from Strom Motors presenting to tell us all about this low-cost electric car we're all excited about. Let's go, Strom.
Hi, I am Pratik, and we are from Strom Motors. Every electric car that replaces a gasoline car reduces carbon footprint by 3 tons annually. Companies like Tesla has already solved this problem for the developed world, but the price points are way too high for the developing majority of the world. Strom has the right product for this market. Both Jean-Luc and I have spent several years in R&D and are really passionate about solving problems that make a difference. Before we look at the product, let's look at the market snapshot. 50% of cars in India are hatchbacks, and they cost about $6,000. So these are compact vehicles which are used for everyday commute in crowded cities. And they sell about 1.5 million of those. That's a $9 billion market. While the cheapest electric car in the Indian market is currently at $18,000 and only goes 60 miles. That's why they only sold roughly about 2,000 cars last year. We've been working on this since 2016, and we think the problem here is weight. These cars are way too big, way too expensive, way too heavy, and they require massive batteries which take several hours to charge. Today, I would like to introduce you to Strom R3. It's a reverse trike with 2 wheels in front, 1 in the rear. It's nimble, it's agile, it's safe, it's as stable as a hatchback. It has storage in the front, storage in the rear, air conditioning, multiple touchscreens. It's the perfect personal electric car. You can park these at the airports as daily rentals. You can put these at city hubs for hourly rentals, or even drive them as taxis. For fleet owners, these cars come with swappable batteries. So your cars are back on the road within minutes rather than waiting several hours for charging. That's perfect for a fleet operator who's looking at more asset utilization. In the last 2 years, we've been selected as top 10 startups by Government of India. We were recently awarded Hot Startup 2020 by Economic Times. And we also represented India at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas earlier this year. At our digital launch in April 2020, we've got several hundreds of pre-orders, and we did not just stop there. We partnered with IIT Mumbai Design School and created a cargo variant on top of this same platform, which will be manufactured on the same production line, so it reduces our cost of manufacturing and also time to market. This is the right product for global logistics market and door-to-door delivery market, which is booming, and especially during COVID, this market has seen a huge surge. EVs are not just environmentally friendly, they are actually massive business. So please invest in Strom Motors and join our journey, which is just getting started. Thank you.
So you guys are live right on the road. And how soon is the cargo variant expected to hit the roads?
So we got our government approvals for India, which is also applicable for the European market in 2019. And we are about 6 months away from starting productions. And we have about 1.2 million plus pre-orders. These are customers who paid 10,000 rupees deposit on their cars in Bombay and Delhi. In terms of cargo, we are about a year away from getting the same approvals, and then we can start selling these logistics players. We are already talking to Flipkart and other major logistic movers in India for last mile delivery. Also, Europe is another big target for us. So we're talking to people in Sweden, France, in Germany, both for the car and the cargo.
Isn't this a capital intensive business? How are you, managing the whole production? And
yeah, so that's typically what we get. And, you're right that automotive traditionally has been capital intensive, but the new form of automotive, especially electric mobility, brings a completely new mix. What we have done is we partner with the right technology, like our drivetrain is from one of the companies that Tata runs, which is Electra EV. Our batteries are from LG Chem. So we control the overall software and the vehicle control unit. That's where our IP is. And in terms of manufacturing, we have partnered with existing manufacturing lines which have excess capacity. And these are the same ways that several successful startups out of China and Europe have functioned. And you build up to a certain scale, and then you get into really expensive manufacturing, putting your own manufacturing, or you just shy away from that and just keep building your assembly plants, which are much lighter and don't require too much infrastructure cost.
how many passengers can sit if it has to replace, let's say, a taxi in Mumbai, the old Premier automobile thing?
Yeah, so it's a two-seater. Traditionally we also thought that it's a personal mobility car, but then fleet started, talking to us, especially like Ola and others, and their numbers internally show that 70% of riders in India are single occupants. That's the major share of their market, and they always tend to sit in the front because air conditioning only works in the front seat in hot and humid climates. So they see a total affinity, and you can bring down the price per kilometer down 40%. So now you are bridging the gap between the typical auto rickshaw, which is what masses use, and the price points where Ola and Uber operate in India. So you can bring it down to half of that per kilometer, thus going down the pyramid and increasing your customer base.
Raghu, you have a question?
I have many questions probably given, but the time may not permit it.
I'll leave my contacts in.
So for them to be certified street-worthy in the EU compared to in India, are there any particular hurdles in what you have to do? And also what keeps you from entering the US market?
Yeah, so India follows word by word what Europe follows. So once you certify at ARAI Pune, that's the same certification that works for Europe also. There's only extra paperwork, no extra tests that need to be done because ARAI Pune has already accredited with themselves with the European guys. What stops us from entering US is we need to get deeper into the mindset. I mean, it's a country of bigger cars and much bigger roads and stuff like that. We tend to be in the dockless kind of a model where you can put us in New York, where people can pick this up and and drive around the block and get their errands done. So those are the markets that we'll be initially going for, but we see US more from a cargo point of view. I think we are really poised to hit North America with a massive cargo opportunity.
Pratik, thank you. That's all time we have. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Sintara AG to talk about a set of AI chips talking to us from Switzerland.
Hello, everyone.
Manu CEO is on the call. Yeah.
Hi, My name is Manu V. Nair, founder and CEO of Synthara. I started Synthara in 2019 with Alessandro Aymar to commercialize our doctoral research at the Institute of Neuroinformatics in University of Zurich and ETH Zurich. In the past, we have also worked as chip designers for analog devices, imagination, and apical imaging. Including the founders, we have a team of 11 engineers working on building our technology. We are supported by a very strong ecosystem of investors from across the planet, and we have also received Swiss and European public funding. As a team, we have had significant successes in developing deep technology and semiconductor products, both as engineers and entrepreneurs. We have also set up a partnership with CSEM, the Swiss Center of Excellence for Microelectronics, for productizing our technology. Coming to the problem we are solving. Today, we are witnessing a dramatic progress in artificial intelligence. Recent models have surpassed human capabilities in playing strategic games, driving cars, robotics, and so on. However, these models are extremely complex and cannot run on edge computing devices such as smartphones, wearables, and biomedical devices. This is because existing solutions consume a lot of energy for processing these models, and edge devices typically do not have large enough batteries to sustain that. This is the problem we are solving at Synthara. Synthara's chip designs are up to 500 times more energy efficient than existing solutions. We achieve this breakthrough performance by a combination of patented in-memory and sparsity-aware compression technologies. We are also setting up new partnerships with our early adopter customers to ensure a proper product market fit. Our technology and value-generating partnerships are the key differentiators versus our competition. Our technology will be sold in the form of application-specific chips for smart sensors in use cases such as IoT devices, wearables, and fitness monitoring applications. We closed our seed funding round late last year for developing what we call Adaptive Storm, an evaluation board. This will allow us to achieve TRL 6 for our technology. Today, we are fundraising to achieve TRL 8, and we will achieve this by developing a new chip for smart sensor use cases. To do this, we will require a total funding of 4.5 million euros over the next 3 years. If successful, we will have productized Adaptiva for smart sensor use cases based on audio, accelerometer, and video data inputs. This will secure our position and give us a technology lead versus our competitors who are primarily based in the US, Israel, and China. Thank you very much for your consideration. Hi. My name is Diagnostic Robotics, founder and CEO of Synthara.
Who are the competitors you are talking about?
The established ones would be the big names like ARM. In terms of startups, there are a few emerging ones in the US called Mythic and Sentient. And I think there's at least one in Israel called Hilo. There are a few smaller ones that are also getting into this space. The good thing about this entire segment is that there is so much diversity in the end use cases that there is probably enough space for everybody. In terms of how the market is evolving, traditionally is the wrong word, but in the past, the big companies that have emerged are typically focused in the server space, and the increasing focus on edge is going to emerge about now. So over the next 5 to 10 years, you will see edge AI companies become unicorns.
So the 4.5 million that you said you need to raise in the next 3 years, what will that get you in terms of like volume of chips, and where is the manufacturing and things going to happen?
We do not do the manufacturing ourselves. The business model would be primarily called what's called semiconductor IP business. So this is again along the model that's similar to what ARM or Synopsys does. We will have developed an IP, which is then given as designs to our customers. For example, NXP, Texas Instruments, or analog devices. They would then integrate our IP within their chips and then take care of the manufacturing themselves. Okay. The 4.5 million is for us to customize this IP for the specific use cases we are targeting.
And when do you expect to start seeing revenues?
We will see revenues in about 2 years' time after we complete that design. So we will have visibility immediately. Okay. If we close the seed funding round by the middle of next year, the technology will be ready for commercialization in 12 months from that. So in about 24 months, we can be in the market. And once we have the licensing agreement, typically the customers take 2 years to bring the product to the market. But the revenue visibility will be available in 2 years' time. The actual money comes to the bank, to our accounts in about 3 to 4 years' time. So it takes some time for us to get there.
You did not mention Raspberry Pi anywhere. Is it anywhere competition for you, or is it how does it?
No, we want to be inside Raspberry Pi. If we are successful, our module will be one of the components inside a Raspberry Pi. So we are essentially a co-processor for normal processors. We don't want to replace Raspberry Pi. We just want to make Raspberry Pis better.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you. That's all the time we have. And next up, we have all the way from Melbourne, Australia, Peter and Zing Biodefense. Let's play Zing Biodefense video, please.
Hello, I'm Dr. Yadvir Garawal from Zing Biodefense Systems. And today I'm presenting a breakthrough technology that replaces traditional antibodies and allows for faster and more sensitive detection of pathogens. Zing's platform can provide first-mover advantage for disease X and seasonal infectious diseases. Last year, with SARS-CoV-2, several antigen test manufacturers were able to bring diagnostic tests to the market within 6 to 7 months of the virus sequence being released. Now that was fast. However, imagine if they go even faster and bring forward their tests by as much as 2 months earlier to the market. That would have provided them with increased market share and would have reduced community spread and lessen the economic impact in the United States. Well, we believe we have a platform that could provide that speed to market by replacing the traditional antibodies used in these tests. ZapTrap is a recombinant platform technology using yeast cell fragments to rapidly express single-chain variable fragment nanobodies, peptides, or T cells for diagnostic applications. This means our platform can be engineered to detect virtually any infectious disease such as RSV, influenzas, and coronaviruses, as well as other immune-based diseases such as cytokines or cancer. The ZapTrap platform has been validated through the National Institutes of Health RADx program, with $1.25 million in non-dilutive funding for the development of COVID-19 constructs and an additional $1.1 million funding by the state government to validate the platform. Several MVPs were developed, resulting in a commercial-ready construct. Zing's roadmap includes the development of constructs for seasonal viruses, for influenzas, RSV, and other infectious diseases. Together, these constructs will allow us to open our market towards annual seasonal viral mutations. Our growth business model places Zing as a protein construct supplier with in-house protein construct manufacture, and then a B2B sale to diagnostic device manufacturers and other detection companies. Today, our rapid protein construct platform can provide first-mover advantage for seasonal and disease X diagnostics. This will help reduce the spread of disease and bring with it social and economic benefits. We are now working with Australia's National Science Agency on creating an mRNA library platform to integrate with our ZapTrap technology to provide new sequences for disease detection. Our blue sky vision is to develop the in silico capability to predict viral mutations and optimize ZapTrap to provide these reagents as soon as new viruses and variants emerge. Thank you. Thanks so much. That was our pitch. I just want to clarify that Zing Biodefense Systems, which you can find online as Zing Technologies, is based in Brisbane, Australia. And I'm joined here by Peter Comburus, who's the Chief Operating Officer, and Paul Waring, who's our Chief Executive Officer. So you have any questions for us?
Are you targeting the US market, or is it international, or like?
Yeah, actually, I'll fill that first and let Paul also comment that, but we're primarily targeting the US market initially, but then we're going for growth across the world. So I'll let Paul continue with that.
Sure. So the beauty of the construct is that it's a platform construct, and with a variety of different diseases across the globe, there will be specific emphasis on certain pathogens in certain regions. For example, Lyme virus in the US is more prevalent, but you might have some diarrheal illnesses in places like the SARC countries.
Okay. And what's the current traction right now in terms of customers and revenues?
Peter, do you want to answer that?
Oh, Peter.
No, thank you for that question. So we've our pathway is through partnering with the leading diagnostics companies and setting them up for their next generation responses to infectious diseases and also some quite challenging disease types. We have a formalized relationship with a leading diagnostic company that's supplying directly into the US market at the moment for the next generation flu products. And we've have in close final stages with 3 other global diagnostics companies and smaller SMEs in the Australian context to actually do the same iteration for them.
Is there a specific application with COVID testing that you guys have focused on, and how is that different from all the other things that are going on out there?
Yadva?
Sure. So with the construct that we created, we're able to quickly iterate, and within a very short matter of time, as we can detect different variants of concerns and interest. So it's quite important when it comes to testing and other applications as mutations occur that are able to quickly generate a new construct and validate that and bring that with our partner. And so our reagent could be used, in existing sort of platforms such as lateral flow devices. That's quite common in the United States, but also be used in other types of ways. So we can engineer different color tags and different visualization tags into our construct. So you can imagine it can go into a device where you can simply put a swab in a tube, shake it up and get a color change. And that's all this capability is available to us because the yeast platform allows us to basically bioengineer what we like into it. And it's really partnering up with these medical device companies with their platforms. So we have our platform that makes the construct for the biology and with their hardware, and developing something that works really well for the market.
And Raghu, if I could just add to that, we essentially have a software stack in which the current antibodies are just one component and you can't do anything else. What our protein construct allows us to do is build up the stack in which we have the active region, which you can get from current technologies, but we can add certain tags either side. And just like you would design a software as a service system, we can top and tail with different type of chemistries and biologies to make to facilitate faster adaptation into our partners' detection system or electronic into their software system as well for reporting.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks, Biodifferent System team, and how appropriate in the times we are going through. And wish you success in getting us greater solutions. Next up,
Thank you,
and the last company who is actually going to be presenting live. We have a few companies who their entrepreneurs or the CEO founders could not come in for a live Q&A. We will be playing their videos later. But next up and the last one is Zruri, and Setu is on the call. Let's play the Zruri.
Hey, hi everyone. My name is Setu, and I'm one of the co-founders of Zruri, SaaS management platform for IT teams. Let me get started right away. Let's look at a big change that's happening around us. Mark Anderson in 2011 famously said that software is eating the world. If that was so true back then, in 2021, 10 years later, I can confidently say that SaaS is eating software. Look at this chart by Gartner that says that by 2030, almost 100% of the software that an enterprise uses will be run out of the cloud. And that's going to be $1 trillion market by itself. And if that is going to be so true, let's see what are the implications of that for a CIO or for an IT team. Today, an IT manager or CIO deals with SaaS explosion around him or her, and that's leading to a lot of overspending by the company folks. It's leading to shadow IT. That's defined as any IT purchase outside of IT's knowledge. That's almost at an all-time high of 70% today. And that's leading to a lot of compliance issues, security issues, unauthorized usage, to name a few. Let's look at the size of the problem. If you take a company of 1,000 employees or a business of 1,000 employees, on an average, look at the 4 stats. The average number of applications used are about 190, and the number of SaaS spend that's happening at a per employee level is about $7,000 and upwards. And 70% of that consumption is unknown to IT teams, which they should be aware of in the first place. And 30% of that purchase license is underutilized or not even used. And that's leading to a bunch of problems like listed on the right side, but probably I'll take the top 3. It's leading to unused licenses, redundant licenses, and unapproved SaaS applications. And this is just tip of the iceberg. It's to solve all of these problems that we decided to build a central layer, which is smart and intelligent platform for SaaS management, which helps companies discover, manage, and secure their entire SaaS landscape, right? So predominantly the 5 solutions that we offer today on our platform is helping customers discover unapproved apps, optimize application spend, simplify renewals, automate security alerts, and negotiate renewals. And as an ongoing value, we help companies, apart from discover and manage, also secure and comply their SaaS application landscape. And this is going to be, think of Zluri to be the platform where an IT manager or a CIO's all problems or the buck stops with Zluri. Simply put, a page about our company profile and what's been the performance so far. We have actually raised a seed round of $2 million from India Partners and Kalari Capital, and we already have security compliance in place like GDPR, SOC 2, and ISO 27001. We have worked with 30+ customers globally. We have processed 20,000 employees data on our platform. Our customers are present in 12 countries, and we have processed almost $22 million of software spend on our platform. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
So how do
Prasad,
you roll this out?
Prasad, you're mute. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Raghu.
I had a question. So how do you roll this thing out? So let's say I sign up with you. Do you just back up your thing to my SaaS environment? I mean, how do you acquire all the systems I'm using? How do you figure out what the hell is going on with the mess that I have?
Sure. So the 4 ways we discover the SaaS landscape is first to connect your SSO or IAM devices, IAM systems, Google, Okta, Azure, whatever that could be. Number 2, we read your financial expenses, could be Expensify, Coupa, etc. And our backend SaaS is about 70,000 database strong already, and we can process 1 million line items in under 10 seconds. And number 3 would be through Chrome extensions. So 99% of the SaaS is on browser today. So that's one way. And 4th is through direct integrations. So we directly integrated with 300 SaaS applications globally. That's one way we do it. So 4 different ways to cover 100% of the SaaSness.
Does it also help as an audit tool for the vendor to manage the number of licenses being used, etc.?
So we want to be true to CIO and IT teams. So the SaaS vendors will not get benefit out of this platform, but there are audits done by SaaS vendors like Adobe, Microsoft on a continuous basis, because of which customers, when they don't have data, they end up paying a lot of money. So they can save themselves from that mess as well.
Okay.
What's to prevent the cloud providers like the AWS to provide some of this information, like unused or unused licenses and things like that?
So what we don't help is Azure, AWS, GCP, anything to do with that cloud infrastructure, we won't help at all. The third-party SaaS stack that a company manages, which is the 3rd largest spend category post-cloud, that's where we come to help with.
Okay. 15 seconds. Anyone?
So who's
Okay.
your best customer?
Okay.
Who's your best customer to date?
So we, in fact, we worked with a company called Delivery, about 20,000 employees. We processed their entire landscape and we saved about $200,000 for them straight up.
Congratulations.
Great.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Setu and Zluri. Awesome job. And so that now it wraps up all the early stage companies who had with live Q&A. We are going to play a couple of videos of companies who do not have their, well, actually we do have one company which came in, that's Mind AI. And let's start with them.
Hello, my name is Paul Lee. I'm the founder and the CEO of Mind AI. So what is intelligence? Intelligence is the ability to learn, understand, and reason. It's basically a reasoning process that a human being does. And so what is reasoning? Reasoning consists of three things: abductive reasoning, deductive reasoning, and inductive reasoning. We as human beings, we don't know which one we're using, but every one of these things work in concert to allow us to reason. And a machine needs to be able to do the same. It needs to be able to use the three things in concert. Our technology is an internationally patented core algorithm called canonical. This triangular structure allows abduction, deduction, and induction to happen. This allows us to form a reasoning process. The edge that we have is, first of all, transparency of operation. Rather than the black box, we allow transparency in all of our operation. Secondly, adaptive learning, context hopping is possible, and because it's a linear and qualitative reasoning process, it's human understandable logic. This allows us to educate Mind AI without tons and tons of data like machine learning or deep learning. It's available in any language and any domain because it's the new symbolic paradigm. The product that we're building is Mind Expression, a conversational AI infrastructure as a service. We provide APIs for customers, developers, and businesses around the world to use our system to build their chatbot and conversational AI services. The value proposition that our service, our technology provides is, first of all, it requires 50 times less data with 10 times more accuracy and 25 times faster development time. This is the advantage that no other company currently has. The accolades that we received currently from Korea is the National Grand Prize in Artificial Intelligence in 2019, Korea's Most Innovative Company of the Year in 2019 as well as 2020, and we've also recently won the 4th Industrial Revolution Grand Prize in Korea, backed by the Korean government. So why Mind AI? First of all, it's the patented new symbolic paradigm in AI. It's a natural language reasoning concept, not processing. We have total transparency of operation, and it's human understandable logic. Also, it's language agnostic, it's domain agnostic, and we have the ability to scale and generate cash cows with our API system. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I live? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is going to be our last stage. What a great set of companies we have seen so far, 30 plus companies, just all kinds of different areas from genetics to AI to robotics to all different types of, to smart, EVs and everything else that we can think of. So innovation is alive. Someone said in 1800 that we should close the PTO, the US Patent Office, and it has again proven that how wrong they were. It's my real pleasure to invite the next set of judges and panelists, Anand Jagannathan, Sudhir Kulkarni, and Vijay Kotarappa. Some of them are co-conspirators in angel investing with me, but I will ask them to introduce themselves, maybe take 20 minutes or so, 20 seconds each or so. So Anand, we will start with you.
Hi, I'm Anand Jagannathan, and as Vipul said, an angel investor. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I've had 2 companies go public, so I have all the scars on my back, and now spending my time mentoring, advising, and investing in angel companies.
Thanks, Anand. Sudhir?
Thank you for inviting me for this session, Vipul. I've been in the Valley for about 21 years. Had 3 startups, participated in 3 startups. 2 of them were mine. 1 of them was with a couple of other people. And 1 company from India, which was my last gig, which was Persistent Systems, where we spent a long time there, took it from a private $40 million company to a $500 million, and went public. And now I'm at Zorient Corporation, working as the president for digital business.
Thank you, Sudhir. We are delighted and glad and happy to have you here. Vijay?
Yeah, just like the others, gone through a few startups. And more recently, it's all been angel investing. Involved with 3 or 4 funds right now. I'm based here in Los Angeles. And we're primarily focused on early stage, seed stage investing. We have invested in quite a few companies in India as well. So my background is mainly technology and healthcare.
Thank you, Vijay. Again, delighted to have you here. Clearly, we can cover, cradle to grave with this panel. They have done multiple startups, multiple exits, IPOs included, and whatnot. So again, thank you for making time. Format is 3-2. We will play a 3-minute video for all the companies and then 2 minutes of live interaction. So please ask any questions. And the first company, these are late stage companies. So they have $1 million plus or $2 million plus ARR in general. There might be some mistake, but the first company is Auditoria. They're trying to automate the back office as well as the audit and the corporate finance side of things using AI. Please play the video. And we have Nick.
In today's fast-paced business world, every second counts. Your CEO needs data to make decisions. Employees need their expenses reimbursed. And every month, the books have to be closed and reported on. All the while, sources of friction continually pop up and get in the way. Vendors checking on invoices, procurement and tax teams seeking documentation, and receivables teams chasing customers for payment. In a recent industry study, more than 70% of finance professionals said that repetitive follow-ups and lack of responsiveness are the biggest challenges they face. If every second really does count, then our precious time is being taken away every day. Finance teams need a simple, intelligent system of engagement that natively understands the language of finance, accounting, and audit. One that autonomously executes back-office processes, and one that provides decision support and recommendation analytics to augment the human element of the back-office function. With Auditoria, that future has arrived. Auditoria's SmartFlow skills use sophisticated artificial intelligence and machine learning technology to effortlessly automate both simple and complex finance functions. By plugging directly into your ERP system, SmartFlow skills reliably handle the jobs that slow down finance teams. With Auditoria, setting up, onboarding, and activating a new vendor is completely automated. Documents are collected, systems are updated, information is distributed, all without human intervention. Besides automating routine tasks, Auditoria tackles complex analytical functions like producing cash flow forecasts quickly and comprehensively. With a catalog of over 100 SmartFlow skills, Auditoria is improving the effectiveness of finance teams everywhere. To learn more about Auditoria and how we can help transform your organization into a modern, self-driving finance back office, contact us today for a no-hassle, no-pressure demonstration.
Okay, that's our video. So my name is Nick Ezzo. I'm the Vice President of Marketing. Hope you enjoyed the video, particularly the smooth voice of that narrator. So glad to be here. Thanks, everybody. In a nutshell, I work for the founders of the company. Rohit Gupta is our founder, and he is a serial entrepreneur who's founded several companies, including his last firm, Polera, which he sold to Oracle in 2015. So we've been around for a couple of years, and we are on a mission to transform the finance back office. Our thesis is that the finance department and the accounting department has been underserved by automation, and we are applying machine learning, artificial intelligence, and natural language processing to help automate the back office and improve the lives of finance people everywhere. Plain and simple, that's what we do. So glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
So Nick, to understand the context, so is this similar to robotic process automation, which actually do a whole bunch of automation in the back, or are you specifically focusing on finance and there's something different about what is needed in finance?
Yeah, so this is corporate finance, just to be clear. So it's not banking or insurance or anything like that. So this is the CFO or the controller in any corporation. And we connect to your ERP system or your accounting system through APIs. Traditionally, RPA, robotic process automation, uses what I call screen scraping and keystroke logging to mimic what a human being would do. We don't do any of that. We connect directly to the Workday, Intact, NetSuite, Oracle ERP system, and we pull data out. Our accounting bots operate on it. They do collections, they do vendor onboarding, they do vendor management, and then they push the data back into the ERP through the API layer.
So your segment of customers is large enterprises, or is it mid-segment? Because you mentioned NetSuite, you mentioned Oracle in the same breath.
Yep, that's right. So we started out with a pure mid-market play, meaning the first two accounting applications that we supported were Intact and NetSuite. So it's a pure mid-market play. Recently, we were funded, our Series A, Workday Ventures put in money. So we have now Workday compatibility because we're connected to their developers. And then also we established a partnership with a firm earlier this year that helped us create a connector to the Oracle ERP cloud. So those two pieces of technology are helping us move from the mid-market to the enterprise.
So what are you thinking in terms of an exit? Would you go with a QuickBooks or Quicken type company, or what?
Well, so I think a company like Intuit or QuickBooks, if they wanted to try to get into automation in the mid-market, which they don't play in today, that might be desirable. And I'm not an investor. I know no information, but if I had to guess, since Workday Ventures put money into us and they're supporting us very strongly, I think that we would fill a niche or a gap within their product set. Now, they haven't told me that, and there's no promises for that, but to me, that seems like a logical outcome. Also, my founder, Rohit, he sold his previous company to Oracle. He came from Oracle, so that could be a play. Or even Sage, which acquired Intact, could acquire us.
Guys, that's all time we have, unfortunately. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks for having me.
Auditoria. Okay. Next up, we have Black Box, and Patrick McGovern will be presenting, and this is the content syndication play for the content creators. Play the video, please.
Hello, I'm Pat McGowan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Blackbox.global. It's 2021, and I think we all know that the film and content universe is expanding, and video and film platforms are popping up left, right, and center. Just look at all these logos. But there's a problem for content creators. They're making less. The gig economy is a race to the bottom. These creators can't access the upside, and they want their share. We've created a content value ecosystem where instead of just being line items as labor, content creators are partners. They can collaborate, they can share the rights, they can split the royalties, and they can get paid. Blackbox provides a global online community and back office platform, and we empower creators so they'll make more money. The light bulb moment came for me when I was asked to do a $5,000 promo for a Northern outfitter. Instead, I elected to do it on spec and keep the rights to the content. So far, I've made $50,000 in royalties, and they keep coming. We're in the stock footage business now. We have 2 million plus video clips in the market. We've got almost 60,000 registered members, and we've paid out over $5 million to creators to date. Our revenue in 2020 was $2.85 million, up from $1.5 the previous year, and we launched in June of 2018. We're heading into subscription platforms, you know them as streamers, and social video platforms. So the whole idea is to put a lot of great content in the market and treat it as a value chain. We're growing organically, and we expect our revenue to hit $10 million a year by the end of 2024. Or we can be more aggressive in terms of financing and get that up to $50 million a year. We continue to innovate and build the platform to the delight of our members using AI and soon blockchain technology. 2020, our first collaborative film with over 90 collaborators globally, is near completion. We have several YouTube influencer and talent collabs going in the marketing department. We've already developed several YouTube channels with more to come, and we have several films and TV series in development with Black Box members. I'm the original founder. My co-founder is my CTO. We have a synergistic and very productive relationship. We have some noteworthy investors, Toby Shannon from Shopify and Jim Mercopoulos from Cinespace Film Studios. We're a game changer. We're disruptive, innovative, inclusive. We have first mover advantage, early traction and growth, a sticky brand, proprietary technology. We're scalable into multiple verticals, and we have massive potential. And creators love us. Our mission is to be the go-to content creator ecosystem. We're ready, and we're looking for the right investors to share the journey. Thank you very much.
The studios. You'd rather have the content creators go to your marketplace and create content, which then could be licensed by studios. Who licenses the content? Is it the studios, or is it monetization through YouTube and other channels?
It would be monetization at the platform level. So with stock footage, you have companies like Pond5, Shutterstock, marketplaces like Adobe is involved there. Then you have the social platforms, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and we're seeing these new monetization models emerging in that space. And then you've got the Netflix crowd, where there are a number of new players entering the market every year. So, basically the way we look at it is that content is not king, distribution is king. That's always going to be true. But working as a partner within an ecosystem can really help creators get a better footing and kind of leave that gig economy reality. So we proved it in the stock footage space. Now we're moving into these other spaces.
How do you handle? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sudhi. Are these typically short form videos?
Sorry, I missed that.
Go ahead, Sudhi.
How do you handle digital rights? Because if suppose I'm clicking a game, a Warriors game, and I'm putting a video out there, how do you handle that? Whose right is it? I click the video, but the content belongs to the Warriors.
Well, we're not in the video game space at this time, so I'm not sure I can answer that question. The rights always revert, in terms of original copyright, always reverts to the creator, but a finished work, the copyright is often aggregated with the producer, and we take the producer role at that stage. So we do have a really well-considered rights management framework that takes, a number of these considerations into consideration.
Okay.
Are the relationships exclusive in any way, or what?
No, they're not. Actually, that's the beauty of it. If we offer value to the creators, we don't want to put a headlock on them. They're free to move in the marketplace. But really, the play here is at the content level, not at the content creator level. So what we do is we provide this process, a community of process, and a gateway to market that allows creators to have more freedom to do what they really love to do, which is to make content. So they don't have to navigate all of the ins and outs of running a business or a micro business through all of this disruption and change. Because the platforms are going to change the game as we move along, because we address so many layers of that reality, and we also have some heft. So I don't like using the word power or control in that context, because that's not the way I see it. What we have is lucrative partnerships with every level of the industry, and that gives us credibility. And people are going to take our calls, basically.
Is the content typically short form content, or is it
short form? It's micro form content, stock footage. It's short form content, YouTube, etc., and it's long form content for streamers. So we have a film that's finished with 90 collaborators. It's our first collaborative film. It was a zero budget collaborative film. That's groundbreaking. And every single person that participated actually has a piece of the pie. So it's distributed rights management and sharing, revenue sharing, and the ability to actually help the creators manage the legal and financial aspects of doing collaborations.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Patrick. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time. Please do connect.
Thank you, everybody.
Drop your connect information as well in the chat and in the outside frames room as well. Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Hemex, Patty White from Hemex, and they're doing all kinds of interesting testing and for the malaria and things like that. Okay, please play the video.
I am Patty White, the CEO and co-founder of Hemex Health, and I'm here to introduce Gazelle. This past year has brought acute awareness about the importance of diagnostics, and recent insights confirm that this will be an ongoing challenge. These problems of today are why I co-founded a diagnostics company in 2016. The focus of our company was exactly to develop accurate tests that can be taken rapidly and remotely outside a traditional advanced lab anywhere in the world. And we focused on India as a major market and a place to build partnerships. My co-founder and I have developed over 60 medical products in our careers. This new platform that combined our market and engineering expertise with university IP develops a new platform called Gazelle. And inside this small instrument is powerful proprietary technology backed by a number of strong partnerships in India. This device was launched late last year and is being sold today in 9 countries, and we now have over 100 sites. Our initial test screens children for sickle cell disease and can help save 1 child's life for every 100 tests. We are expanding access in a partnership with Novartis in Africa. And we have proven the business model in labs in India. Most of the sickle cell testing is needed in the tribal areas in India and Tier 3 cities. Our test is affordable for the community, the labs make money, the distributors and Hemex both make a profit. Gazelle includes a portable reader that can test for an entire day on a battery charge. It uses custom cartridges. The business model is razor blade. The intelligence is in the miniaturization of existing lab methods combined with artificial intelligence like image analysis. It's very easy for the operator who does not need to be a lab expert. The information is all digital and can be easily printed or moved to the cloud. Gazelle is a platform that can run multiple types of tests. We realized that as the best platform for remote testing, a COVID test on Gazelle would be a great fit not only in other countries, but here in the US. So we launched an effort to bring COVID-19 testing to Gazelle. We now have a test that can be significantly more accurate than other antigen tests, and we plan to obtain our US EUA. COVID has created a new era for diagnostics and expanded opportunities for Gazelle. Experts agree that we will need tests that can test anyone, anywhere, that can test large numbers of people quickly, and that can provide global access, so they need to be affordable. We are raising our B round this year, and we have always had great support from the TiE community. Thank you for that. And if you are interested in a company with business success and global impact, I would be happy to speak further.
Hi.
I'm going to stay quiet. I want to stay quiet because I've invested in this company.
So wise, but congratulations on the growth that you've had so far. Done amazingly well. One of our first early investors in your business. I did have one question though. I know you focused on the market outside of the US. What is there not the opportunity in the US? I know you talked about COVID, but for other sort of diagnostics?
Actually, I think that's really important. We've expanded our platform now so that we've added the ability to do immunoassay tests on our electrophoresis platform. And we've also added the ability to run both fluorescent and non-fluorescent lateral flow strips inside our reader. And so we have several partners we're working with, and we plan to bring a series of tests to the more wealthy countries, such as US and Europe, such as hepatitis C, is very important both in the developed world and emerging countries. Hepatitis A1C. So we're looking right now for one thing is to really bridge over both, because we can charge a lot more in the US than we can in India or sub-Saharan Africa. And so we can build a more profitable business, and it will also help us expand the number of tests that we have. So over the next year, I think we'll be doing a series of new tests that will really work in the US and Europe.
So Peter, my question is, do you have to get regulatory approval for each test or just for the reader once? Meaning that, and like, do you have to get regulatory approval in each country? Like in India, what was the regulatory approval? And you have to go back to them for each of the tests.
What we think we can do depends on the type of test. If it is a test that is already, for example, if it's a lateral flow test, we can just do lab type testing to get approval. We probably have to get approval for each test, but it's a short cycle. The US cycle will be in the order of 3 to 4 months. I've gotten about 50 products through FDA that are class 2, and I know how to do that process pretty well. And for CE mark, right now is all self-certified. That'll change later next year. But I think we're going to have to get regulatory approval for these. But I think that it's not like getting a drug or a invasive medical device approved. It's much easier than that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, HIMX Health. Looks like a very impactful new technology. Good luck to that. Okay. Next, we have Bala from CodeStack.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Next, we have Bala from CodeStack, and they are doing multi-cloud service governance and management and the cloud efficiency as well. Play the video, please.
Enterprises are rapidly embarking on a digital transformation initiative, and cloud adoption is a strategic part of this. Public cloud is expected to grow to $355 billion by 2022. However, companies are struggling with operational complexities, security and compliance assurances, and unabated cloud costs. Additionally, 93% of enterprises plan to utilize multiple clouds where these issues only worsen. What's imminently needed is real cloud governance. Welcome to CoreStack. We empower enterprises to rapidly achieve continuous and autonomous cloud governance at scale. CoreStack has helped companies achieve predictable outcomes. We've done so through 5 pillars called OSCAR, namely operations, security, cost, access, and resource. CoreStack's technology is backed by cloud-native governance. We build on the native capabilities of the cloud service providers, and we enhance them to deliver a uniform experience. Our uniqueness is that we utilize orchestration frameworks, deep AI/ML, and patented connectorless models. Today, we are successfully deployed globally across multiple industries. We readily support several industry regulations and can enable any new standard in a matter of just a few days. And thanks to the advanced partnerships with AWS and Microsoft, we strive to continuously unleash the power of cloud with real governance. But don't just take our word for it. Here's an enterprise that saved $1.5 million in cost savings within just 2 months. And other companies have benefited greatly as well. As a strong testament to the impact we've been able to create, we are honored to be recognized by the industry. Supported by a dedicated team with over 100 years of relevant experience, the backing of leading investors, as well as the help of strategic advisors such as the former CEO of Wipro and the ex-CIO of Microsoft, We truly believe that we can deliver transformational cloud governance for your enterprise. Thank you for your time. We welcome you to learn more about us at CoreStack.io.
So roughly, what's your revenue right now?
Last year, we were about 7.5 in ARR, 7.5 million. And this year, we project that we will probably get near 20 million.
So Bala, how does the company save money with your product? Where exactly do they have reduced number of servers? How do you save that money?
Yeah, so we provide overall governance to an enterprise. So cost savings is one of the pillars through which we help with that. We help in efficient utilization of resources. We help in access control. We help in 3 layers: predictive, detective, as well as in remediating resources that are not needed, resources that are utilized. And so we have several layers of governance that we employ. And overall, our value proposition, we help with security, we help with operational efficiencies, we help with cost, as well as with resource utilization and access control. And that is part of the governance layer. In addition to that, we also help with compliance as is needed, such as getting compliant with HIPAA for healthcare or PCI for banking, FedRAMP in the case of government, et cetera, as well. So it's not just about cost savings. That's one of the value propositions we deliver.
Well, there's a lot of sort of large industry segments like financials and insurance, et cetera, that are not looking at public cloud. They might have some hybrid kind of a model where they look at on-prem and cloud. Do you work with hybrid as well as multi-cloud environments?
Yes, we do. We do work. Our sweet spot is, of course, as the industry is moving towards multi-cloud. But as you rightly pointed out, there is a need, and we support that. We believe that the industry is not only moving towards public cloud, but they're also moving towards multi-cloud. And in the case of multi-cloud, where there is more than one cloud with a combination of public and hybrid, our value proposition elevates because all of the complications with respect to each of the areas of cloud becomes more dominant when you have multiple clouds. And that is also one where native cloud providers do not focus on simply because of the multiple cloud nature of it. And that's a very well-differentiated solution that we provide in the marketplace.
Guys, 20 seconds.
And so therefore, do you support VMware, which really is the on-prem leader?
Yes. Our sweet spot is a public cloud, but yes, we do support.
Okay.
And do you help with SOX compliance? I mean, as part of governance, what do you do for SOX compliance?
SOC 2 compliance you're talking about?
Yeah.
So we ourselves are compliant as well with respect to ISO and such, but we help. We don't actually get companies compliant. What we help is with providing the visibility layer and preparing them for compliance. We're not an audit firm, but we help in that process along SOC 2 or FedRAMP or any of the compliance.
Thanks, Bala. Thanks, CoreStack.
Thank you very much.
With this, I think I'm going to hand it over to Kumar to take us through the rest half of the late stage companies. Kumar, over to you.
Thank you, Vipul. What a different realm with late stage companies, their experiences and their story and the stage at which they are. Don't you agree? And
absolutely.
Next up, next up we have a company which is helping you prepare for jobs and to tell us all about. We have Mohammed Hissam. I think are you going to do a pitch deck or are you just going to talk about?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey guys, so my name is Mohammed Hissam. So I'm from Kerala in India, southern part of India. So I'm the founder of Entry. So what we're building at Entry is basically this local language learning app that helps users secure job skills in India, right? So there are 400 million people in India who are not good with English, but with the right kind of learning experience in their own mother tongue, like Malayalam, Tamil, Kannada, Hindi, and Telugu, can improve their employability and earning capabilities, right? So that's exactly the problem that we're solving. So basically, Entry is an Android app where users can come and consume different types of content like videos, mock exam, podcasts, study cards, etc. That will help them improve their job skills and eventually get either a government job or a private job, right? So we started in 2017, And we've so far acquired 5 million users. Total registered users of 5 million, and we're adding 300,000 new users every month right now. Out of the 5 million users, 150,000 paid users, and a total of 200,000 subscriptions sold so far. So that's a quick brief. We're present in 5 languages right now. We started with Malayalam, and we soon figured out that the same set of problems existed outside Malayalam as well. So we started with government job exams in Kerala in Malayalam, and then we figured out that the same set of problems exist in Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, and Hindi. And over the last 3 years, we've launched 250 different courses in these 5 different languages.
Is your objective to sort of disrupt the whole coaching industry?
Yeah, exactly. So what our users earlier used to do was to go to these brick and mortar coaching institutes. They used to pay around 10,000, 15,000 rupees per subject. And what we've done is we've kind of brought that learning experience completely online with the best of educators. Like, for example, a particular student who belongs to a particular region would not get access to the best teachers in that particular language, right? So what we do is we work with the best educators in a particular language and bring them the course format, videos, mock exams, etc. at like 1/5 of the price that they have to pay at these coaching institutes with lesser quality educators there.
So do you license
how do you
content?
get the content? Yeah,
Sorry?
no question. How do you get the content?
So we have this crowdsourced content generation platform that we've developed in-house, where we work with different types of content creators. Like, for example, we have 2 kinds of courses. That is, one is on the test prep side for jobs, and on the other side, we have upskilling courses. On the test prep side for jobs, what we do is we partner with the best coaching institute in a particular region or language, and then we onboard them to the content generation platform, and they generate questions, videos, etc. for us. And on the other side, when it comes to upskilling, we tie up with influencers who are like already very popular on social media, YouTube, etc. Right? For example, we tie up with guys and girls who have like millions of followers on YouTube for a particular subject, to teach us spoken English, digital marketing, YouTube mastery course, etc. And then again, we onboard them to the content generation platform, and they generate content for us. So we work with different models with them. We have a revenue sharing deal as well as a fixed fee model with them.
And what's your ARR right now?
So right now, based on the current month's run rate, we just crossed 4 million ARR.
Nice. Okay.
And what's your typical course price? How much you charge for a course?
We have courses starting from 500 rupees until 20,000 rupees. The average order value right now is 2,000 rupees.
So per student, per year?
Per transaction, yeah. Per transaction, the validity differs between anywhere between 6 months to 12 months.
Okay. And how do you get your customers? How are they finding you?
Sure. So basically, we have organic as well as paid channels. So on organic, what we do is basically we have these free YouTube channels for different course categories that we have in different languages, and we put out a lot of free content there. Like, for example, of all the video content that we produce in app, we put 5 to 10% of all the videos free on YouTube under different languages. And for more premium content, they'll have to install the app, right? So we get around 35 to 40% of users through these organic channels, and the rest 60% through local language ads on different mediums like Facebook, Google, YouTube, etc.
How are you financed? Are you raising money, or
we've raised $1 million so far. So we're actually a US entity with an Indian subsidiary. So we were part of this accelerator called Learn Launch in Boston. So we raised around $1.5 million from different US investors and 1.5 from an Indian VC. We are about to start our Series A process. So we're looking to raise $7 million in our Series A round.
So this is Udemy for Indian languages.
Yeah. So basically, vernacular language Udemy for India.
Okay. Very nice.
Thank you.
Right. That's great. Thank you, Mohammed, and for presenting entry to us. And next up, we have Safe AI. I'm sorry. Next up, we have Practically, and they're going to tell us all about revolutionary educational methods and learning, and from Hyderabad, India. Charu is on the call.
Hi, I'm Charu Noheria, co-founder and chief operating officer of Practically. Practically is an immersive and experiential app for learners from grade 6 to grade 12. We focus on STEM, subjects. Our larger vision is to reshape the way the world learns. That means we're trying to challenge the status quo of traditional classroom and classroom teaching and learning methodologies. We truly believe learning is an experience and everything else is information. This is a cone of learning. The larger problem we are trying to solve is how do we make the retention of concepts of learners go higher. From traditional classroom, we've seen that the retention is less than 20% because traditional classrooms and the learning methodologies we know focus on reading, hearing, and seeing. That leads to passive learning. What practically aims to do is focus on the bottom of the cone, which makes learning much more active, where we immerse the learner in a dramatic experience, we simulate the real experience, and we do so by bringing learning alive, by using 3D videos, simulations, augmented reality experiences, virtual reality experiences. We have an end-to-end test prep assessments products as well. We have created more than 3,000 videos so far, 1,000 plus simulations and augmented reality experiences. We have 5 technology patents in progress, which are all in the field of immersive and experiential learning. We also have after-school resources such as live classes, Coding++, seeking help from experts, and AI Assistant. It's a freemium subscription starting from $15 a month onwards. It's a consumption-based pricing where you can also opt for pay-as-you-go model. The GTM is we go via the schools as an acquisition channel where teachers use a free teacher app on smartboards or an IFP device or any projection device in the classroom. And by virtue of that, we acquire masses of students. We also have students downloading the app directly from App Store and Play Store as well. The monetization model revolves around the parent, where our sales agent directly reaches out to the parent and makes the sale. We've raised about $9 million so far from Indian investors. We are currently at a 3.2 million ARR. We have one cluster that we have launched with 100 sales agents in AP and Telangana. We are quickly moving towards launching in 10 clusters by end of this year and targeting about a 70 million to 120 million ARR in next 18 months. We are raising Series B growth capital. 70% of that will be deployed in India for expansion, and 30% will be deployed in international markets for growth as we grow. Thank you so much, and don't just learn practically.
I love the concept, but the AR part of it, how easy would it be to sort of scale it to multiple courses, because there are not as many AR creators, like just to get AR VR going is a problem. How do you handle that?
So we do have our in-house gaming and AR team, which actually creates content. And the foundational concept or the grain of this AR experience is a 3D model. We have the largest database and library of 3D models. More than 20,000 3D models have been created, all in this STEM education space. Anywhere between 6 to 12 standard, we have all these 3D models ready out of the box. We use them for all the content that we create, including 3D videos, AR, VR experiences, as well as simulations. So for us, the technology that we've kind of created enables us to downstream create a lot of these AR experiences. So that's given us a lot of head start and bandwidth. So we've created 1,000 already, and we are on our way to create the next 1,000 simulations and AR. So we already are sitting on a good amount of content right now.
So does this extend the classroom experience, or is it specific to, or is it in replacement of the classroom experience? Because during COVID time, everyone is at home, but are the people going to be engaged at the same level when you go to class, go to school?
So schools we use as one of our most active lead generation channels, but teachers use that as they use this experiential content to make their classes very engaging. Especially in COVID times, classes become very boring. Children are sleeping behind the laptop. How do you really get that interactivity going? So they love using the 3D content and simulations and AR experiences from a laptop interface or a phone or a tablet device interface as well. But it is not a replacement of the classroom. I would say it is around it supports the classroom teaching, but there are a lot of after school resources also we have. So children can go back home and watch additional videos that the teacher might not have shown, or if it is direct customer, direct download, that actually can take in direct content from the app.
One question. You're trying to sell to the parents. So how do you prove that it improves their learning, or how do you measure that for the parents to want to pay for the service?
Absolutely. It's an experiential app, so you have to experience it. So it is a freemium model. You get 30 minutes of active usage per month as you go. And then we only sell to our engaged customers. So we have a very, very active pre-sales team. Every customer that we go to and every parent we talk to has downloaded the app and has experienced the app. So they get to see it for themselves. When they see a living object, a simulation in their living room, that kind of, sells for us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Charu. Impactful education here. And next up, we have Safe AI, and talking about retrofitting machines, by the way, for autonomous applications for construction and mining. And he's going to tell us all about that. Biparjeet Halder, CEO, is on the call as well. Please play the video.
How do you innovate in an industry as tried and true as construction? One word: automation. That is our vision. Improve productivity and safety by bringing construction into the future now. We automated the first Bobcat bulldozer, teaching it to move materials and operate across rough terrain, all without human intervention. As of today, this autonomous Bobcat has successfully completed over 1,000 load haul dump cycles. We also retrofitted and deployed a Ford F-150 to run autonomously at a live quarry. And we are just getting started. Despite facing the challenges of a global pandemic, we automated a Cat 725 with unprecedented speed. Soon, it will be ready to haul loads on a daily basis. It will be the world's first autonomous articulated dump truck running at a quarry powered by the Safe AI autonomous platform. Our platform is moving the construction industry forward, one fully automated vehicle at a time. This is the start of a shifting paradigm where construction is connected and autonomous. We are at the forefront of the construction solutions of tomorrow by demonstrating the value today. It takes a dedicated team effort to get there, and part of creating vehicles that can think is being a good teacher. Whether that is in the software and hardware we build, or the collaborations with our immensely experienced customers, every milestone we hit is built on previous decisions, previous successes. We see a future where autonomous work vehicles can do the dull, dirty, and dangerous work of hauling loads and navigating rough terrain, working hand in hand with people. People who orchestrate the site work, track progress, and plan for the future, all from the safety of their office. This is the vision of the connected, autonomous construction industry, an industry that is smarter, safer, and more productive. This is Industry 4.0, a total reimagining of how we do construction, a revolutionary transformation. This is Safe AI.
Yeah, very impressive. So is this an aftermarket retrofit? I mean, what is the process of adding this Safe AI automation to an existing truck?
It is aftermarket. So basically our customer will have the vehicle. We will take the vehicle, retrofit it. We will have a partner who will actually do the physical retrofit and we'll give it back to customer and they can run it.
So you don't have any partnership with the manufacturers themselves yet?
Well, we don't work with the OEM. We have a partner who can do the retrofit. So our customer is the end customer. So in the context of, if you think about in India, it will be like Adani will be our direct customer. In the US, it will be like a Bechtel will be our customer. Yeah.
Okay.
So do you have to get all kinds of safety certifications and liability issues you need to address? Seem to be a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Not necessarily. been going on for, so basically our customer, insure the whole site. So part of the insurance is also part of the vehicle. So currently there is, they are the one taking the ownership, but as we scale up, there is an insurance company who actually underwrite that risk as well.
What I understand is that this is in an environment that has got nothing to do with public roads and all the legislation and all that goes with autonomous vehicles. So you're making a legacy vehicle autonomous, but these are high value, like Caterpillar kind of equipment that's in a very limited geo-fenced area, right?
Absolutely. It's a private area, whether it is a construction site, mine or something. Absolutely. So this is a private area making those legacy equipment fully autonomous. Yes.
And do you have to do a custom one for each kind of truck, or do you have off-the-shelf stuff? Once you do it for one Bobcat, you can do it for all of them, or what?
That's right. Once we do it for one truck, we can do it for all. There might be a form factor wise number of sensor we add might vary, but overall kit is pretty standard.
Nice.
And what's the typical cost of adding one and retrofitting?
I mean, our current BOM cost is about 50,000 USD, but that's just a current. We haven't optimized that, but also, that we actually almost give that for free. We charge for the software to run the vehicle.
And how much is that?
Sorry?
What do you charge?
Depending on which customer it is. So it will be anywhere from 100 to 200 USD, 200K USD per year per truck. So high will be about 200. Yeah.
So it's a SaaS version.
That's not, yeah. And the logic is that, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just answer that, and we have 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think the logic is that you would have paid per operator, so that's what we are charging as a pretty per year per truck base.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Sefai, and sounds like some incredible technology there, and good luck with your traction. At this point, I think we have all the companies who had live representatives to do the Q&A. We're gonna run the videos of a few late stage companies who could not come in live. And let me make an announcement as to what that list is gonna be. We have Captive 8, Digby Health, Zen Robotics, IXLayer, Printform, Storage OS, and Zen Business. And these are the videos which will run right now. And after that, we got 3 companies, Proctor, Diagnostic Robotics, and DO Control from the previous stages. And that would, at the end of that, we would be ending this TiE 50 showcase. You guys are welcome to see and observe. And if you have any feedback, you can always send the feedback to these companies.
Thank you.
Let's run the videos, please.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Manoj.
I will have to repeat that whole thing again. I didn't see you. We do have XOXO here talking about incentives in the industry, and fire away. Let's play the video.
Hi everyone, this is Manoj, one of the founders with zozoday.com. Thanks for giving us this opportunity to participate in TiE 50. I'll quickly share my screen and take you through some slides. So businesses are always looking to improve performance, revenue, productivity, and growth. And who are driving these metrics for them, which is your employees, sales, gig workforce, channel teams, or your customers. Imagine a situation when all these guys are highly motivated. So you can actually drive better business results. And that is what we are doing as a business. We are putting motivation as the central catalyst of business growth. How do we do that? By reinforcing positive behaviors, putting the right triggers, getting the actions, and then linking it back with business results. So ZozoDay is nothing but a rewards and incentive platform which is powering business success. Today, when we speak, we are working with close to 800 plus clients of different parts of the world. And we did a net revenue of around $5 million in 2021. The market size is around $300 billion when you kind of break it down by consumers, sales and channel, and employees. And these are some of the key problems we are trying to solve. Rewards and incentives are not tightly linked with business goals and KPIs. There are a lot of operational inefficiencies into the entire value chain. Rewards are not immediate and instant, and they are not integrated with the applications which you might be already using, like SAP or a Salesforce or a HubSpot and so on. So what a Stripe is to payments and a Twilio is to communication is what Zozo Day is to rewards and incentives. A revenue model is pay as you go, rewards revenue, and then there is a SaaS platform. This is a high level view of our infrastructure. So there is a huge rewards catalog in the bottom. Then we have a very solid modern infrastructure in terms of the technology and a lot of application level features. And then these features are consumed by different stakeholders like consumers, channel, sales, and employees. This is our integration ecosystem, which I mentioned that you can not only run these programs independently, but you can also run our rewards and incentives right from the ecosystem, which is like Qualtrics, HubSpot, SAP, Slack, Microsoft Teams, Zoho, and so on. So that you don't have to switch over from these apps, but you can directly motivate your employees or sales teams or consumers right from these platforms. And then you can link it with the kind of KRAs you want to drive, which can be survey response or a consumer promotion or a loyalty and so on. These are some of our global clients. We work with almost like 5 to 10% of Fortune 500 companies. This is our team. I am one of the founders, and then there are 3 more founders. We are a team of around 150 employees, primarily based out of Bangalore, but with offices in the US and a couple of other markets. Very strong tech team and a lot of people from IITs and IIMs who have also spent some years doing their own companies in the past. These are some of the product snapshots, how we deliver both on mobile as well as desktop applications. As humans, we are all born with limitless potential, but how do we fulfill these potentials is what matters the most. And that is what we are doing as a business. We help companies to motivate their key stakeholders to really drive business results for them. Thank you. Hi.
Manoj, thank you for the presentation. Do you guys fulfill the rewards as well, or
Yes,
you just hand it off to the online partners?
We do the fulfillment, but our entire rewarding is only digitally, and our solution is more demand focused. And on the supply side, we are just integrating through APIs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's a typical reward? I mean, is it cash or is it a free trip or a hotel voucher? Or what's
so there are multiple options, and that can be something which can be chosen by the client. It can be gift cards or experiences. It can be some discounts or perks, some travel options, and so on. But as I mentioned, the larger problem sits on the demand side, because that is where there is a lot of fragmentation and there are no plug and play kind of solutions, which is what we are trying to solve.
So when you say demand side, you're talking about the HR system and the way to define the incentives and get people to buy into the incentives?
Yeah, so HR system is one use case. Then there can be similar use case for sales incentives, because every company has sales teams, and sales teams typically are structured like, say, 25% commissions and 75% fixed salaries. Now, this 25% commissions becomes a very big blocker in a lot of companies as you scale. And if that 25% is not working right for you, then your sales team is highly demotivated. And if they are demotivated, then your revenue starts dripping. So how can you make that process very, very transparent, which is very heavy on calculation sometimes when the sales teams are large, and you make it very, very automated, so that there is no friction, there is no team who is actually doing this mundane work day in, day out. So that's the kind of benefit which the clients generally get out of it.
What are your revenues at? I mean, how big are you guys? You said 5 million. That is gross revenues, or then you have to pay out the incentives, or is it net revenues?
So 5 million is the net revenue. Our gross is around $42 million. 5 million is the net revenue, which is a combination of SaaS and the commissions which we make from the rewards.
That's all the time we have. Thank you, someone had a question? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Manoj, and my apologies. I didn't see you in the waiting room, but great, awesome traction, and we would like to see more of you and keep us posted. At this point, I would like to thank the judges, Anand, Vijay, and Sudhir for a great interactive session and posing those questions at this stage of startup companies. So what we're going to do is we're going to run through some videos of some of the companies who couldn't make it and present. And obviously, given the time frame, maybe some of them are not in the Eastern, not in the Western time zone here. So let's start with the videos. And the order again is going to be Captivate, Digby Health, Zen Robotics, IX Layer, Printform, Storage OS, Zen Business, Proctor, Diagnostic Robotics, and DO Control. Vishant.
Hi, everyone. My name is Krishna Subramanian. I'm one of the co-founders of Captivate. Captivate was built to empower brands and creators to harness the data science between authentic storytelling. We're a global organization with over 75 people. Over 200 brands use Captivate, and 69% of our team is diverse. So we've really focused on mastering the core capabilities and building an end-to-end platform focused around 4 main areas. Insights, which is our social listening platform. Discovery, which is our Google for finding influencers. Activation is our complete end-to-end workflow tool, everything from payments and approvals and paid media amplification. The last bucket is around measurement, everything from brand lift, brand sentiment, and just attribution.
Founder and CEO of Digby Health. We all look so different from the outside. We have 15 sizes of shoes. But the most important thing, care of our health and chronic illness, we have been made to believe there is one size fits all, and it's really based on averages. It's like living in a world where you had one shoe size, 8, it's average. If you fit in it, that's great, but it will not work for most of us. And that's really where chronic care is today. We are a group of doctors, scientists, bioinformaticians, software engineers, and business builders that have combined traditional clinical and lifestyle risk markers with a person's individualized genetics and their gut microbiome signature to design personalized food and fitness pathways. We really address these range of chronic illnesses, from digestive health to hypertension, chronic pain, pre-diabetes, diabetes, inflammatory skin, and overweight and obesity is a common morbidity. What's unique about us, for us, someone suffering from acid reflux and diabetes, is a very different approach than somebody suffering from acid reflux and inflammatory skin condition or hypertension and chronic pain. The reason is we have deep insights about your genetics. What are the inflammatory foods for you? Do you have the right gut microbiome? We look at your food. Do you have access to a fancy cafeteria, or you may be eating at Chipotle or McDonald's? These disease risks vary significantly by gender and ethnicity. As Asian Indians, many of us, if you are male, could be vegetarian, non-smoking, ideal BMI, we still have 4x higher cardiovascular risk because they are rooted in our genetics and the gut microbiome. Based on the humans' trials and studies, we are the first company that is a fully covered benefit to 5 million members of Blue Shield of California. And based on results they published about 9 months ago, 9% reduction in body weight, very meaningful reduction in blood sugar, but more importantly, 8 out of 10 saw reversal remission of their digestive health, 6 out of 10 chronic pain, musculoskeletal pain, hip pain, sciatica, 60% reduction in skin conditions. The program is relatively simple. You download a mobile app, We ship you an at-home DNA test kit and a gut microbiome test kit. You're connected with an amazing care team through your app, run by an internal medicine physician. We ship you connected trackers, and there is a private community that you can work with to support you through your health journey. Thank you.
My name is Malu, and I represent Printform as the CEO and founder. Printform is a prototype to production which uses 3D printing as a technology and other manufacturing technologies like CNC, sheet metal, injection molding. We have developed our own ERP, which has modules like marketing, e-commerce, sales, facility management, project management, finance, and also has a couple of analytical tools and thermal and topology optimization tools. The current additive manufacturing industry is about $10.5 billion, growing at 30%. We are a strong team of more than 100 years of experience in additive manufacturing. We started in 2017 and been profitable since 2020 and have a goal of 7 million in sales in 2021. And also we've been awardees from Pacesetters Atlanta Chronicle Journal, which has rated us 95th fastest growing company in the 1 to 300 million revenue category. And also we've been listed as one of the fastest startups, which is making a difference in the global economy and oil and gas industry using additive manufacturing technology. We've been in business from 2017 with $500,000 of revenue, and currently we are at 2 million in the first 100 days of the year and plan to achieve 6.9, and we are looking at a growth of $11.5 million in 2022. We are currently trying to raise 5 million, already been able to raise $600,000, and out of this 5 million, about $500,000 will be utilized towards software development, that's the ERP, and other 2 million would be utilized towards the inside sales, and about $500,000 in marketing. We're currently valued at $25 million, and we would like to exit or merge in the next 48 months from the time we get the investment. This is my contact details. Thank you.
Diagnostic Robotics is a deep tech company harnessing the power of cutting-edge AI to make healthcare more effective, efficient, and widely available. Our team includes the leading artificial intelligence researchers who have created powerful AI solutions for healthcare payers, providers, and employers trained on tens of billions of claim data points and millions of patients' visits. We pride ourselves on creating seamless, data-driven interactions that integrate seamlessly into major touchpoints along the patient journey, providing high-value decision support while slashing administrative burdens and massively reducing the cost of care. Our solutions help healthcare providers accurately identify member at risk of chronic condition and health deteriorations and provide proactive treatment and interventions leading to significant future cost saving for both the payer and the individual member. We're working closely with a growing number of partners in the US and around the world, including Mayo Clinic, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Brown, Lifespan, and the Israeli Ministry of Health. We are partnering with some leading healthcare payers in the US and have some exciting announcement and news coming up soon.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for participating in this wonderful showcase of companies from various domains from different parts of the world and across the United States, showing disruption, innovation, and great stories they have told. So hopefully this is something which a lot of entrepreneurs can take inspiration from and come back to us and apply for TiEcon and TiE 50 next year in larger numbers. And we're happy to receive you and look at you. At this time, I will also ask Vipul to put in some closing words here. But just as a reminder, please do join us tomorrow, 9:30 for Meet the Drapers casting call. We got 10 companies Draper has selected, and it's going to be a live session with a 3-minute presentation and a 4-minute Q&A. And Tim Draper is going to be there along with other Draper associates. So please do join in. Thank you very much. And thank you to the judges, Sudhir, Anand, and Vijay for this stage. Thanks to the backstage as well. And Viraj, Genevieve, Vishant, and all others who put in a lot of effort to make this first day go successfully. And over to you, Vipul.
Thanks, Kumar. No, what a great lineup of companies and in all different stages. And the innovation, from learning languages locally to, driving the heavy duty trucks and whatnot, it's just, and gut biome to, reusing the plastics and just mind boggling, very exciting. I would also encourage all the companies also to apply for TiE Angels. We have regular quarterly meetings and you can pitch in case you're looking for funding, especially for the early and mid-stage companies. I think it would be very appropriate. But again, congratulations to all of them. I think there are a few unicorns in making here, at least mini unicorns, or I can see that our list of what we call 30 plus $100 million exits and IPOs and stuff. I think that's going to go up in a couple of years based on this batch. Once again, I think my thanks again to all the volunteers as well, from Sonia to Gayatri to Devi to everyone, essentially.
Devi,
everyone has to realize that this is a volunteer-run organization, and people give a lot of time and effort balancing, their families and work, of course. And so we really, really appreciate that. At this last moment, we look good because of you guys. So once again, and Genevieve, we're gonna miss you, and can't say enough about you, and all the judges as well. I think just fantastic. Please do join tomorrow.
Fantastic.
MTD, Meet the Draper Show is a casting call. It's going to be just fantastic. Tim is a delight to watch. And that's at 9:30 tomorrow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You. Hey, shout out to Viraj, who we jumped in and did a lot of work in the backstage, lining up those companies and getting them all set and being the liaison for the judges and putting those slides together. Thank you, Viraj. Again, you are a diehard, dedicated TiEcon guy. So with that,
thank you, Viraj.
We will see you tomorrow.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see you tomorrow, 9:30. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.